What's happening out there, everybody? Holy crap. Got really nice outside there. Almost kind of lost track of time a little bit there. It's just like, you know what? I got some things to do here in the Farming Simulator 22, and it's just like, oh man, it was so hard, I guess, as far as to not just want to enjoy the day out there. So we got a little over 50 degrees here in my neck of the woods, and it feels pretty good. I don't know if it's going to stick. I don't know if it's going to stick around, but yeah, pretty nice out, I do have to admit. So spring, feeling it's pretty much right around the corner. And with all that said, I had planned on getting this this map done, I guess, as far as by this time, but kind of an unfortunate thing. It didn't actually happen that way, so we're doing the best we can. What's going on there, John? Welcome on in. Welcome everybody coming on in, I guess, as far as getting this thing started up here, I guess, as far as to do a little bit of modeling here on Monday. So for those that tuned in Saturday, Spline Design Studio Saturday, felt pretty unaccomplished, I guess, as far as of what we were trying to get done, I guess, as far as during that session, but kind of moved on. There's still some things I need to fix with that. I'm gonna put that to the side for now. We got some other things we still need to tackle. One of which happens to be some new sliding doors that we need for one of our sheds that we'll have available in the placeable section for our map for Dairyland 4X map. So got a couple other things open up here. So we need to apply some doors to this shed. So what I consider to be a rebarn. It is something that has, you know, it's like a repurposed shed. You can see it's got different pieces on here from other sheds, for example, and the doors being another piece of that. So yeah, we got this so this has already been set, I guess, as far as to get at least the frost on the roof, not necessarily a snow cap. Whether or not we'll get into that or not, that will still have to be seen. I think the main priority here is going to be getting these doors created. So I do have a separate session here to set up our doors. I already got the trigger and how this is going to be set up here. We'll be getting, once we get it all constructed, we'll get our door pieces into here and be able to apply it to our actual shed here. So that is the primary goal here. We'll just see what happens. See how much we get done. Okay, so what we got here is the frame for the door, which has its own texture, I guess, as far as for just a painted white lumber type of deal, kind of like 4x4s. And then I also have a piece of paneling which has already been mapped to a texture. Bring those out here for a second. So there's the panels. These are two separate textures. What we'll end up having is two separate objects to make the complete door once we're all said and done. So the next thing we still need to do is finish up our frame. So let's hide this for a second. Alright, so what I got this set up here to do is to basically flush these horizontals up into the verticals, I guess, as far as flush on that side. Make it all nice and clean. Probably the other thing I will do is to clean up some of the polys that are on the end of this piece here. So for example, we won't need these polys onto that. Those won't be visible once we butt that up to that. So I might do that too. I like to eliminate as many unneeded polys as possible when we do these types of things. Okay. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead and take those out. So I just made it just a simple cube, mapped it, sized it up to what I need as far as to be a 4x4. This might more be considered like a 6x6, more like a 4x4. It's some pretty beefy lumber as far as for making our door frame. Okay, so what we need to do, let's get out of this. I need to get the coordinate for where that side's at there. So let's make sure we effective pivot center that. I can get a accurate reading on these. Okay, that should be good. Now, if we grab this coordinate to this vertex right here, and that'll be on that. That'll be on the Y is what I need here. So this very side here. So I need that coordinate. I'll copy that. Go into this piece. And I can grab all these verts and paste that value into there. That should butt that right up to the side of that one. Like so. And then we'll do the same thing for the other side. Cool. Let's do the same thing for the other side. We'll go in here and get Y-axis on this one, and we'll copy that value. Go to this end. Grab all these verts and paste that value. Like so. That'll butt that nice and tight up against that. So I think I'm going to leave that little bit of a lip there. I can adjust this one independently if I wanted to. Whoop, a little too far down. Am I going the wrong way? Go this way. We could. Alright. Let's do the same thing that we did here. So we're going to get the Z-axis on this. And that should be the same, regardless of which upright I grab. So let's do this. So we could go this look. Oh, I know what's the deal is. Okay, hold on. Back that up for a second. So, because this piece here, the way this is oriented, it's going by the center of that. So another way we can get that to line up perfectly with this upright here, we need to move our pivot to that spot there. So let's do that. We've done this before here on stream, so we'll do this again. So do effect pivot. We'll put our vert snap on there, and we want to be able to snap this right to there. Make sure we got the right corner. You know what? I need to put this in orthographic. There we go. We don't get all the clipping. Alright, so snap that to that corner. Nice. Turn that off. Now that we've got that there, we can adjust that Z. So we should still have that copied to our deal. So now that we got the pivot at this corner, let me set this Z. Now it'll flush it up. Very nice. So we can go this look, have it nice and flush, or we can have that little bit of a lip. I think I'm going to leave it flush. I like things to be flush. Looks cleaner that way. I know this is a rebarn, and it could tend to be a little bit, off kilter, but we'll do it that way. So now what we need to do is clone this piece to make a vertical on the bottom, or horizontal on the bottom, I'm sorry. Alright, so let's clone this. That'll be fine. And then we're going to want to snap that. I'm going to need to move this pivot on the clone. Let's move it down a little bit. And I'm going to move this pivot down to the bottom there because we want to be able to flush it on the bottom, not the top, like we did on this one. This one we want to flush it up on the bottom of this piece of lumber. So let's go back to effect pivot, put our vert snaps back on, and slap it down there. Like so. And then all we got to do is get the Z location of any one of these verts down on the bottom, which is that. Copy that and paste it to this. Boom. That should be nice and flush. Cool beans. Alright, so probably some polys we can move on the bottom of this. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave those there. Yeah, I'm going to leave those there. I don't want a big hole in the bottom. We probably won't be able to see this at all because it'll be facing the ground as far as once we get it applied to our shed. So you can use a judgment call, I guess, on that as far as whether or not we want those polys to show on the bottom. Yeah, for the most part, once we get it into our shed, you're not going to be able to see that. It's going to be facing the ground. But I think for the sake of argument, we'll just leave them in. We'll leave those polys in there. It's kind of a judgment call on that as to whether or not other parts like this butted up piece there that we did on these horizontals, you're definitely not going to see those at all, regardless. So this makes sense, I guess, as far as to remove those polys. All right, so there's our frame. That's pretty simple. I did a lot of this preemptively, I guess, as far as before the start of stream. But yeah, we got a majority of it done right off the bat, so that's cool. I know it's the next second part is going to take a little bit longer. It's part of the reason why I got this kind of preset here is getting this all in here and get this working onto the shed, I guess, as far as to get it all, the nodes properly lined up, get it all chromatic to where we can actually have it working to be animated in the game. We'll definitely be testing that in the game too. So got lots of work to do, I guess, as far as to make that happen. Okay. So now we need to do, now we got this all done. We got all these individual objects for our frame. I need to collapse that down. Yep, I need to collapse that down. So, yeah, I guess I can go right from my inventory list. Let's do this, that. Cool. Let's go ahead and get our hammer out, collapse that down. Sweet. Let's make sure that's centered out. Cool. And let's check our X form. Beautiful. And let's collapse that down. Now that we know that's good, convert that back to an editable poly. Shouldn't need to do anything more to it, but there's our frame. That's just for one door, so we'll have two of these, I guess, as far as once we get them in our sheds. We're just building the one door for now. Okay, so I want to rename this to door frame. This is our frame. Okay. Now, if we bring in our panels, like so, and this is going to be double-sided. I got some adjustment to make in that. I don't want those sticking out, I guess, as far as our, yeah, so we need to size those down a little bit. So, grab our panels, go to vertex. Okay, and we just want to tuck these in a little bit so it's not protruding us out of our frame. Let's grab all these on the panels. Like so. And we might need to do the same thing on the bottom. Oh, bottom actually looks pretty good. Bottom looks good. Alright, cool. So there is our door. And we'll have, like I said, two separate pieces for this. We'll have the panels and then the frame itself. We'll be able to combine those basically into one piece once I bring them into here. So I already got my transform set up for that to be able to put these two separate pieces in there and make it one combined unit. I don't want to collapse them together simply because it does have the two separate textures. If I collapse that together, it's going to basically just apply one type of texture to it. I want to have the two separate textures to it. Alrighty then. So now we need to check on our panels. Let's check our translate on that and also our X form. Much the same as if it did with the frame. Okay, that looks marvelous. Cool beans. So there's our door. Let me go ahead and so what did I name this one? Okay, I got an idea here. Let's go ahead and copy this. Panels. simple rename here. So these are going to be our door panels. And this is more for just clarity in our lister. So as we bring this stuff out here, we'll know which one we're working with. Just to add some more clarity in our items list, because we're going to need to export these out as 2 separate pieces. Okay, so with that said, we can bring out our frame. Let's do that one first. Actually, I would need to delete the panels for now. We'll be able to bring them back. Just a little bit of hocus pocus here for a second. So we need to just our frame. Let's export that out. As a separate i3D. And I think I'm going to go ahead and put this right into our map. I think that'll be the best place. Let's go right into our map. Let's go into our map. Let's go placeables, and this is going to be in our sheds and barns, and we need this as an i3D. Okay, so I've been putting a lot of, I still have the clear areas and all that stuff that we'll need to apply to our shed once we get the doors onto it, so that's another piece that we will need to do. So let's just make this slide door frame. Doesn't really matter what I name this piece, I just, again, it's all for clarity, just so that we know which parts we need to add and which we don't. Let's just do slide door frame. Something that makes sense anyway. We won't need this, I guess, as far as once we get it into our placeable shed anyway. So let's do that. Yes. Okay. So there's that one. Now we need to export out the panels. So now we'll go ahead and delete out frame. Now we're just left with the panels, and we'll export that out. And let's see. Did not double check to make sure it did our. Alright, hold on, where to put that? Oh, here it is. It's like, where did it go? Scared me for a second. Alright, so we need this for our panels. I thought at first there didn't save it. Didn't export it out. There we go. We got our 2 pieces right there. So we'll bring everything all back here for. There we go. So that's everything. Now we got to go back into here. That's our farms. We'll get to that later. Need to go into our sheds and barns. Alright. And there's our 2 pieces here. So let's open these up. In fact, you know what? I'll get a better idea. I already got that one session of editor open. No sense in opening another one. Let's go right into here. Import that to here. So that's going to be our frame. Let's get into the right directory. So we need our frame. Cool. That should put that in the right spot. If I did this right. It should have, yep. So it looks like it might be good to go. So all I need to do, we are going to need to have kinetic on this one here. So not static, because this is going to be a movable object. So we want to make this kinetic. Let's make sure that's good. I do need to set down the clip. Let's go 600. 600 would be fine. Okay, we got our texture to it. Also want to apply a placeable shader to it. Let's do that. Put that on there. Cool. This will allow. I'll have to test this in the game to actually see if I'll need to turn the snow scale off or not, but it'll give us that ability to turn that on or off for it. We do want frost to show up on it, but it depends on how it actually presents itself on there, whether or not I'll tick that on or off. We'll just put it that way for now. So, yep, we got our door siding 2. Nice. I shouldn't need to zero this out or anything. That's all good there. We don't have a normal map. Just that placeable shader, so it should be all good to go. Now, only thing else I gotta do is put this into position into our transform here. And paste it in there. Oh, shoot. See, that's what I was afraid of. So it didn't put it where I was hoping it would put it. So this is where we need it to be. So we're going to have to zero this out, looks like. Okay. This is the translate mostly that I'm going to need, I guess, as far as for putting it into our barn. So that's going to be the most critical. I think just to make this a little bit easier on myself, I'm going to actually render this trigger shape. Like so. And then I'll be able to tell where this frame needs to go. Okay, so first off, what I'll try here is just zero this out. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that. Okay, that's pretty close, but we got a little bit of adjustment to make. Want that right about the middle of this thing. So the orange block is the trigger. And I'm just going to center this frame into that trigger so that you have basically access to the trigger on both sides of the door. That's basically how that'll work. Okay. Cool. Alright. A little bit of adjustment there, not a biggie. Now we can bring in our panels and do this basically the same thing. I can unrender our trigger. There we go. We definitely want to have that non-renderable on the trigger, otherwise that orange block would actually show exactly the way you see an editor in the game. We don't want that. That would not be cool. Now we need to bring in our panels. Next step, so let's go to, oh, we have to re-navigate back to our map. No problem. And we should have our panels. There's our panels. Okay, so we'll probably have to do the same thing as get those into position. That'll be fine. I do want to kind of shorten this up here a little bit. Alright, and then we'll do the same thing on this. Alright, and then we'll set a clip of 600 like we did the frame. That's all good there. So that's our door siding 1, which is our red panel lumber. Let's also put the placeable shader to it. Marvelous. And we also need to make this chromatic. So both these two pieces on them have to make these chromatic, as well as our main transform. That way it will allow it to move. This is first to be animated. That'll be all in our XML. Okay. Making sure everything's good there. So now we can put this. Paste that in. Alright, we'll have to zero this one out. We'll do the same thing. Just kind of get that lined up with our frame. Now, I should, in theory, be able to take these same translators. Let me try that first. It may or may not work. Sometimes it does. And just a slight bit on the Z. There we go. Perfect. There's our door. So we got our door with our trigger around it. And this is going to be our whole main transform. This is what's actually going to...
Evan the Bandito says, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
Oh, okay. You know, we do have a siren. We do have a siren, too. I guess as far as if you wanted to do that. But I guess you wanted to be a more low-key. How are we doing there, Evan? Welcome on in. We're just in the process of... Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. He's like, okay. That's the way you want to be with it. I'll give you both. There you go. You have the best of both worlds there. How's it going there anyway? How was the day? I know today was super nice here. We got a little better than 50 degrees here today, so went for a little bit of walk and then decided to get the bike out. And I don't know, probably went a couple miles. It's kind of fun. It was almost kind of sad, I guess, as far as to come in here. I don't know if the warm weather is going to stick. The fact that we've got spring right around the corner. It's all right. So we got that all done. We can keep that there. That's good. So what we need to do next is make this whole transform. Need to add a rigid body to it, like so. And we don't want it to be static. We want this to be movable. So we want this to be chromatic. You know what I need to do first is do it on these first, and then do the main transform. That's what I need to do. I've learned that lesson, I guess, as far as a long time ago. So let's do chromatic. And also chromatic on this. So chromatic, as the name suggests, means it's movable. So as opposed to dynamic, where it can move in more than one axis, for example, chromatic allows just to move on one axis. He was going to take the exploder to the exhaust shop to get the original muffler. You want 400 or more just to put it in? And they must be smoking the good stuff. Must be smoking the good stuff. So I'm assuming some of that needs to be like welded in, or is it just a clamp? Yeah, because what you were mentioning, you already bought the original exhaust, so that was on top of that. That's insane. All right, so we got that chromatic. This is chromatic. Now we can do our main transform as chromatic. Yep, so instead of static, we want that chromatic. And what that'll do, actually, it'll lock in all the scale to that. And since that's all where we need it to be anyway, that should be fine. Now, what this will allow us to do, once we put this into our shed, it's going to allow this to, once we apply an animation to this in our XML, this will allow this door to move. But it'll keep the trigger in the same spot. That one's going to remain static. All right. So we got our construct for our door. That's our entire door right there. So what we can do, I got this on the desktop here. Let's go ahead and save this. And I actually might save this as a new i3D. I'll retain, I guess, as far as that original i3D there, just in case anything screws up. I can always start over. Oh, that was binary. I don't want binary. I want this one right here. And let's do this as double shed nor, and I'm just going to do this one as new. Cool. And then this is what we'll be able to bring into our shed right here. Now we can just get those into position. Now those will go on the very bottom of our transformer for our rebarn. So let's bring those in. Import. And yeah, that should work. And we need the one that's new. That's the one we just saved. Ah, cruddy duddy. So that actually is not. Ooh, okay, something didn't go right there. Hold on a second. Why is that rotated? That's not supposed to be like that. That's defeating the purpose of why we're doing this. So let's see. I goofed it somewhere. I done goofed it somewhere. Oh wait, I know what I can do. Hold on. I know what I need to do. I need to open up that as a separate deal there. Or right from here. So before we save this, I need to actually rotate this whole thing 90 degrees. Like so. That's what I missed. Let's do this. Alright. And then If this works like I'm hoping it does, it should not step on, I guess, as far as our rotations for everything that's within this transform. So we're gonna go these translates on the rotate. Boom. Okay, so we definitely need to go in this way because we want it to be able to slide on the x-axis, which is this red arrow. Okay, so let's see. Gotta check everything here and make sure it's all good to go. That's still chromatic, yeah. Okay. That looks good. And everything looks good. Alright, cool. Now we can save this way. Now when we bring it into our shed, it should be the proper rotation on that, as far as oriented, so we can put it on the front of our rebarn. So let's do save as. Save right over this one. Yes, please. And let's bring it into our shed. Now if we bring it in here, I won't have to rotate it. We don't want any wonky rotations, I guess, as far as no deal. There we go. That's more better. Now what we got to do is bring this into here. Put that right to the bottom. So that's going to be our one door. So we can make this the left door. Okay, so let's get it underneath our track. Like so. That in the position. And let's see. We're right about there. Cool. So there's one door. Now I'll be able to duplicate this door and make this our second door. Like so. And door 2. And this is just for clarity in here. Doesn't really, the game doesn't necessarily mind at all, I guess, as far as what we name it in here. It's more or less for clarity in our scene graph as far as what part is what. Okay. Triggers in place. Door frame, that'll work. Alright, cool. So now we can move this whole transform over this way. So cover this side. So this would be our right door. Now, the main thing I usually pay attention to is how much gap we got in between each door, because these do open up independently. Hence the 2 separate triggers on each door. I don't like to have a lot of gap in between these. Do-do-do-do. Oh, you had a BRB? No problem. We'll still be here. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, you're back now. Gotcha. Oh, you had to. I had to read it again. You had to BRB. No problem. I understand. Everybody has lives. Okay, there's a little bit of gap in there yet. Now, because I got these centered here, I should be able to, in theory, as far as to look at the X translate on this one, 2417, we should be able to go positive 2417 on the other side. Yep. In theory, at least, anyway. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. If they were true symmetrical, I guess, as far as that would be, let me just copy this real quick and see what that gives us. This should be a positive. That might work. I don't know if that's too far into it. Yeah, it's a little bit too far. You can see it's. Let me put a light on this. You kind of see what I'm talking about. Holy crap, that bright's light. I don't know if you can tell that or not, but you can see it's kind of clipping into it, so that's a little too far. So I do need to back that off just a tad. This way. Yeah, see how it's kind of fluttering there? That means the one door is clipping into the other door. We don't want that, that's for sure. So let's get to the point where it's not doing that. Okay, we got a little bit of a gap right there. That's probably not terrible. Not fluttering anymore though. Okay, cool. We'll go with that. Holy crap, that light is bright. Yowza. Let's do that. Cool. So there's our doors. Now what we'll need to do is go to our XML and where these are located at. Not from this transform, but this deal right here. This is what we'll need to tell the game that we want to be able to move this. Time to mess around with the moo-moos. Are you gonna get into some Western Wilds, are we? Yeah, you did get those moo-moos applied. They probably need to be fed. You definitely want to mess one on the moo-moos. Okay, so let's go to our XML. A little bit of scripting now. So this is our 53 by 80 rebarn. So we got a majority of this already preset. And we'll need to make a new picture for that. Let me do that right meow. This is one of the other sheds that will be available in the store for the map. This one we want to be 53 by 80 rebarn. Make a picture for that. So we'll probably get into making a picture for that. So we already got name of that done. Sweet. We're going to need to get our clear and leveling areas all put into. Right now, what we want to tackle is our nodes for our doors. So let's see where we're at position wise. So that is going to be at 071. This is what we want. This is the piece that we want to move right there. So we need this node, and it looks like a slight bit of adjustment here. Okay, so everything. So a key thing for placeable is you do not need to include the 0 caret. So everything to the right of the caret, as far as the greater sign, that's all you need for the placeable. So really all we need is just the 7-1 right there. Let's go back to our XML. So we can remove this 4. All we need is that. So that's telling the game, I guess, as far as when it reads this this placeable, that we want that part. This is what we're going to manipulate. Now we need to find out our nodes here. So we want it to move, in this case, on the Z. I can do the Z? Hold on a second. This was previously set up on the Z, so we'll have to change that, because we're going to be moving on our X. Yeah. So we're going to be moving on our X here. Oop. Yeah, that's moving on the X axis there. Okay, let's see. Let's slide this open. How far we want this to go. Probably to about right there. So we're pretty close to what it was on the other axis there. Yep, we got some adjustment to make there. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is copy this translate here. This is our x-axis. We need to apply that to our XML. So not on the Z, but on the X. Paste that, and then take this one out. And that's on our door 1. This one needs to go back to 0. Cool. So that is how far we want that door to open, I guess, as far as once we trigger that. Okay, so we can take 4 out of this one. This is for the trigger itself. That should be at 7-0. And just to confirm, that is at 7-0 right there. So that's good. So this is the sound that'll play based on that part. So we'll just need to take the 4 out of this and just make it the 7. Once that's just referring back to this original part here. So when that door moves, there's a sound that'll play for that door to open. Okay, so that door should be set. Now we go on to the second door. See where that positioning's at. So that's our first door. Second door. In fact, let me go ahead and put this back to 0. Not on that one. I need to go back to, hold on, this one here. So set this back to 0. There we go. That's closed. Now we'll deal with this door. Our right side door. Same deal there. We want to move this over. See how far we need to want to move this one over. So something like that. So we're going to take that value, apply that to our XML on our second door. And that's on the X, so we're going to put that right there. Like so. And we need to zero out our Z. There we go. So that one's set. And we need to find out where our position of this is here. It's probably going to be at 8.1. That is going to be at 8.1. Yeah, so we just need to remove the 4. So that is the position of our door. That is how far it's going to open when we do trigger it. Let's double check and see where the trigger's at. So the trigger is at 8.0. So again, just need to take the 4 out. So that's where our trigger's at. This is what'll print, I guess, as far as so this is all in game, I guess, as far as for what it'll say. It'll say open gate or open door. I can't remember exactly what it says there, but that is something that it's built into Giant's engine. So that's just the action to. It won't actually print that. It'll actually say something. It'll be printed. I don't remember exactly. We'll test it out, I think, as far as confirm. So this is the sound that'll play on our part, which is our door, which is 8.1. Let's take out the 4. That's the sound that'll play when it does open. And that should do it for that door. That was pretty simple. Sweet. Alright, now let's set this one back to 0. Okay. And voila. We have our two doors in place. So that part's done. Now what we need to do is add in. So probably what's going to happen is I'll have to come back to these and readjust those nodes, because I need to add some additional nodes for clear leveling and all that stuff, I guess, as far as up top here. So those will probably shift, but at least for now we got them in the right position. Once we get everything else put into this new placeable, we'll have to recheck where our nodes are, I guess, as far as for these doors. For now, we'll just leave it like that. Cool. So this is why I have all those. You've noticed me sometimes, because as far as for those that has been following, I do have. Just gotta navigate back over there. Placeables, as in barns. So I have these items sitting in here just for this this type of occasion. So I need to clear the indoor level, test areas, tip occlusion, all that good stuff. I need to bring these all in. Alright, so let's do clear area. Alright, and we're going to put this up to the top like this, which is going to shift. I want these to the top. So that's going to shift everything down. So I'm basically just following the same hierarchy, I guess, as far as that a lot of the Giants placeables will have. I could totally just leave them there on the bottom if I wanted to, but I've already done a majority of the placeables much the same of conformity. So just to keep it all consistent, I like to put all those to the top, I guess, as far as on that. It's not really a big deal as far as like that, but alright, so there's our clear area. Let's bring in the next one, which is the level areas. Alright. Bring in the next one, which is test area. And I'll probably reconfirm yeah, what order these are. I can actually go by the XML. That's the order more or less that they need to be in. So if we go back up here for a second, we do have our test area is first. We got our clear, leveling, indoor, and then our tip occlusion. Okay. And I use that as a guide for the hierarchy or order of things. Alright, so now I need to bring in the tip occlusion. And I'll explain, I guess, as far as what most of these deals do here as I do them. Alright, let me go ahead and do this just for a second. I want to see how I did with my other barns. Let's bring this guy in. This is something that's already been done. So I want to do clear, level, indoor. Oh, I missed the indoor. My bad. Clear, level, indoor, test, occlusions. Okay. I want to rearrange these. So I missed the indoor. I need to bring the indoor and put that after level. Okay, let's bring that in. I missed the indoor. There we go. So the indoor areas is the snow mask, as far as where we don't want snow to accumulate. Okay. So now I should have clear, level, indoor, test, and a tip occlusion. So we got everything in there that we need, so we can take this one back out. Just using that for justification. Cool. So the clear areas, what the clear areas will do is pretty much what it suggests. It'll clear out the area, so if it has foliage and whatever on the area that where the placeable is being applied, it clears that out. The leveling will actually pretty much also what it suggests. It'll level out, so if it's not 100% flat, it levels it out, but then will also apply a texture, I guess, as far as to that area that's been leveled. So just for more clarity, in this case, when we place this item, after it levels, it'll put asphalt around the leveled area. And then the indoor area, like I explained, is the area that we don't want the snow. So basically we'll outline in our placeable here where we don't want snow to be able to accumulate, which is inside of the building, hence indoor area. The test area, it's kind of more for the console, as far as for console, even though this is not going to be console friendly, the map is anyway. The placeable, as far as the way the test areas work, it tests the area, I guess, as far as for, I don't know 100% how it works, but it basically will outline, I guess, as far as the extremes of the placeable itself, to include the height, to kind of know if there's anything going to be in the way. So it's not all for console. It does use, there's an aspect for the PC as well. I'm just going by from what I was told from when we put the potato production out there, what it's designed for. So the test areas, you want to get the so as far as the base of it, you want to get opposing corners. So whether you go just on one side or kitty corner, just as far as to each other, to get the extremes of the length and width of the placeable. In this case, it's just a shed. It could be anything though. And then the height, there should be, wait, why is there not a height in here? I might be missing something out of this one here. Let me bring back that other one here real quick. I think I might be missing something out of that. There should be a height in there. Just a second. Let's see here. Test area. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, it does. So the end area, that's why I had to double look and see. So the end area will include the height of the building. So in this case, it's kind of a guessing game with that. Let's see, like this one here, you can see for the building that this is applied to, this would be the height of it, as far as the highest point of it, so the peak of it. So that is for this building. So that's what I wanted to double check there. I couldn't remember if it had a separate translate in here for that. It's just included in the end. So that's another thing we have to make sure that we include with that. And basically all that does, just to put it simply, it tests the area to see if there's anything in the way. So when you're placing something down, and if there's something, so you'll get that message on the screen that says there's an object in the way, or however it words it. That's basically what that test area is doing, that there's something colliding with the object in all those areas. So we can actually make this smaller, for example, this test area, which will allow to put it closer if we wanted to. Keeping in mind though, that if you do have collision to the actual object, that is still going to be a problem, I guess, as far as to get it placed down. Because once you place it down, it's going to wreck, I guess, as far as whatever thing that you're clipping into that also may or may not have rigid body. So the test area really is just the thing that'll show that message that it's going to collide with something else that's already where you're trying to apply this placeable, for example. Hopefully that makes sense. It has no rigid body to it, where all the collision is actually the model itself. So I guess what I'm trying to explain is, if I was to put, say, like the start and the end like this. Wait a minute, where's my end? Oh, I see what it's doing. Let's put this over here. We'll put the start over here. Hold on a minute, what's going on? Let me get this set. And oh my goodness, stop. Freaking mouse anyway. Alright, let me do that. That's our end. Oh wow, why is it... Alright, let me get this start here first here. Kind of confusing myself here for... Let's get this into this corner. Hold on, what happened to my, lost my audio in my earbuds. Hold on a second. Oh, I pulled the thing out of the jack. Yeah, it helps. That would explain it. Alright, we got audio back. You gotta start figuring out and finishing the grapes. Yeah, I got you there. I know you probably said that a while ago, but... Yep. Alright, so we need to get this in the spot first, and then we'll deal with the end. So I'm going to get this initially into position where I need it to be, and then I'll kind of explain a little bit further what I was talking about. Alright, so roughly about there, and then our end... That's not right. Alright, hold on. That's what I thought was going on. Let's slide this down to this corner. That'll put that there. Okay, there we go. Doesn't really matter which corner. Basically, all you're trying to do here is just define the outside borders of this placeable. Alright, so we're already in that corner, so I'm going to go to this opposite corner here. Let's line this up with that corner. Okay. I'll have to change the height on this one too. Let me bring this down for a second. Let's just bring that right down to 0. I want to get it to this corner. Like that. Okay, that looks good. And then we can bring the height up. Oh my goodness, this mouse is acting up. We want to bring it to this peak. Sometimes I just tend to eyeball that. Like so. So I'm just drawing an imaginary line, I guess, as far as from that peak. You can definitely go higher, but I try to keep it... sometimes you can go even as far as to do this, for example. And in fact, I might just actually do that, because I will do that with the clear and leveling areas anyway. So because you can see kind of how that goes on, you're kind of just eyeballing these. They're just empty translates, so it makes it a little bit tough, I guess, as far as to really know where you want that to be. You're basically putting this spot at the the extreme, so that's going to be like your this is where the translate, where it reads all these numbers, it's right at that point right there. So you're basically trying to put that where you want it to be. I guess this, I don't know how else to explain that, but let me put a plane in here. And I know this is a 53 by 80, so that should be roughly 16 by 24 meters. Okay, roughly. And then I can move this plane into position. Oh, whoops. I have to take the one out of there. I was gonna say, why is that so big? There we go. Now, if I bring this up like that, that should be about the size. I might need to bump it up just a tad. So this would be 24.2. And this will be 16.5. Should be right about there. This is a 53 by 80, so that should be about where it needs to be. There we go. Yep, works out pretty good. Nice. This gives me another visual, I guess, as far. So what I can do, with that being sized up here, now when I do the height on this test area, I can put it right to that corner. So I'm just not floating out there in the wind. If I go like this, now I know where to put that. Where I can set that to. Because I know where that peak is. I can see where it is at the peak here, so I can just extend that out. So this is kind of my imaginary line. Let's bring this back down. Something like that. Cool. It's in the ballpark. Doesn't have to be. There's no correct or wrong way to do this. I guess as far as the main thing to take into consideration for the tester is you want to get opposing corners and to include the height on the end, which is what I just did there. So that is going to tell the game as far as like what is the size of this thing, because it doesn't necessarily, when you're placing it down in the build mode, that's probably another thing to add to this. This test area never existed until this new build mode for Farm Sim 22. So the test area gives the game a means to, you know, kind of define, I guess, as far as the outer borders of the placeable, because it does not read the rigid body, you know, as far as the collision to it. So you're helping it read that collision, I guess, as far as with this test area. Okay. I'm going to keep this plane in here so that I can actually apply that to... So our test area is pretty much set. Now we can do our clear area. And with our clear area, we can use some of the translates from our test area in our clear area. So our start, width, and height. So our start's going to be over here, and I can use the translate from this start and apply that to there. Just to kind of help save me some time. We'll put that there. And on the Z. So once you get one set pretty much put into place, you can use a lot of the translates from that, I guess, as far as to put your other points. Okay, so what this will do as far as what the clear area is, you know, read these points based on the XML and tell the game, I guess, as far as what area you want to be able to clear. Right? So even more that I look at this, I might have to tweak this a little bit. A little too far into the building, so I want to bring it out a little bit. I could probably adjust that X on the test area as well. Let's take this value and apply that to our test area so that they're all the same. There we go. So no matter which one we look at there, we know they're pretty symmetrical from one to the other. Okay, so there's our start point. Our width, we can use the Z on our end, is this guy, and apply that to our width on the Z, like so. Okay, So there's that point. And then our height. Now this is a different type of height. This is not like the test area where you figure the height of it based on, you know, the peak of this. This is the we're basically making a imaginary square. So a start, a width, and a height. So that's like our base. So the height is actually going to be over here. Yep. So we can, and that is already following, I guess, as far as the start, because it's within a sub translate of the start. All I need to do is move the X this way. And we can actually use the X of the test area, use this value, and apply that to our height on this one. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Did I copy the wrong one? I sure did. Oh, okay, never mind. No, I won't be able to do that. I see what's happening. So because this is in a sub translate, I guess as far as with this one here, we won't be able to use that because this one's all by itself. That's not going to work the way I was. Not a big deal though. Not a big deal. So let's go back into here. We'll just slide this over this way. Like so. So again, what we're lining up is this point right here. This is what's going to define, I guess, as far as that imaginary box. So if I bring our plane back down, which is this guy, let's bring this back down to 0. Like so. Okay, and if we look at our height, try to get that, this point right here lined up as close to possible of that, like so. That's just more of a visual. I always like to go a little bit more than the actual building itself, just to make sure that it's going to clear out and it's not going to have any foliage still left inside the building, for example. I tend to like to have it go a little bit more, I guess, as far as then. Alright, so I'm going to actually adjust the start in just a little bit. Let's check our start. I can probably bring that in just a little bit. Let's bring that in just a little bit. So that's going to be on our Z. Okay. I can probably... Okay. That'll work. Cool. Alright, so there's our start. There's our width. Let's check this over here. That's actually not bad, so it'll actually clear out a little bit more. So I didn't actually bring this plane out as far, so I think that'll work. That'll work out good. And then our height, which is over in this corner. There we go. Okay, so that looks all good to go. Now what we can do, now we got this, the level and the indoor are pretty much all the same values. Pretty much, for the most part. The indoor will probably change just a little bit. We don't want the indoor to be as far. Lately, what I've been doing is just applying the indoor the same to have a little bit of clear area, just to ensure, I guess, as far as that the snow is not going to clip past the wall into the interior. So just to kind of overshoot it just slightly. Some of the other placeables that I've noticed that Giants has in there, they'll just have the indoor area just in the indoor space, and that seems to work for the most part, but in a lot of cases the snow gets a little bit unpredictable and it'll clip through the wall, even the slightest. So I always like to overshoot it just a little bit, which allows me just to use the same translates as the clear and level areas, for example. 2, that's what we're going to do. Let's go to level areas. So I don't need to do anything with the main transform. That stays at 0. But I can copy all these values for a clear area into all the other ones. Makes it a little bit simpler that way. Need our Z. Keep pulling out my earbuds there. I bet. Okay, so copy this value and put that to width on here. Oh wait, no, right here. So we got the 2 that we got to deal with there. So that'll be in the same position on our level area as our clear area. Now we'll go width. Grab this Z. Do that to this width. And then our height is this guy. That's the same on this one. Boom. Nice. So we can do the same thing on our indoor areas. This is basically just a little bit of copy pasta. Once we got that one set, we can use those for the other 3. Each one of them is going to do something different, though. I guess as far as so each one has its own thing it's going to do. I guess as far as like that. That's why we got the different sets of clear, level, and indoor, and so on. Did I copy that yet? I don't think I did. Let's copy that. That's going to be this one right here. Alright. And we also need the Z. There's that one. Now we can do our width. Space. That's going to be up here. Nice. And also our height. So basically we're just borrowing all the values from this one that we've got set. And it is where we want it to be. Okay. That's going to be... Copy the right one? Yeah, I did. Let me recopy that just to make sure. Copy that. And paste that. Oh wait, no, we're doing indoor area, that's right. Did that wrong. So height on the indoor area. So right now, before I move it, it's right there. That's not where we want it. We want to copy this. And then there we go. So now we got our start all the way through there. Start, width, and height. Cool. Now we already got our test area. Now the only thing that's left is the tip occlusion. Now the tip occlusion, I don't think I explained that as much. It is kind of almost like it would suggest. It will not allow you to tip as far as to empty. So even though you might own the land, if you've bought the farmland, the tip occlusion disallows from being able to dump into that area. So the tip occlusion, when we set this here, it won't let you dump, I guess, as far as whatever you got in your trailer into that spot, into that area. It'll say like not accepted or however it words it. Okay. Now if we did want to be able to tip in here, we wouldn't include this. What you can do is still include the area in your XML. Just don't put anything in it. Just leave it empty. Leave it an empty. Don't actually assign anything as far as your nodes for your start and end, for example. So if it is like a dry storage, I guess as far as that you want to be able to dump into, you wouldn't include this. In this case, we do want to include it. So. It's more, this shed is more or less going to be used for storing equipment and such, not for putting props into it. Dump it loose. Alright, so what I can do is actually use for our test area for this one. Use the same values for that. I don't want to mess with the main transform. Just these two right here. We'll paste that. And we'll also need the Z. I'm just copying the values from the test area to the tip occlusion area. didn't copy the right one, did I? I did, so I need this one. Okay, so there's that one. And then our end, we'll do the same thing. Now we don't need to apply the height to the tip occlusion area. That's just for the test area. That's the exception with the tip occlusion. You do not include the height. And by height, as far as, you know, how high it is off the ground. Alright, so that's set the same with exception, like I said, to that height there. The only thing we need that for is on the test area end, which includes the height of the overall placeable. So that should be pretty much everything in place. Now we just got to make sure our nodes are in the right spot. So these are at 0. Let's go check our nodes on those. So that should be 0, 0, 0 on the start. Double check it and make sure it's good. So our start is going to be at 0, 0, 0. This is another reason why I always put those at the top. Then we don't have to change all this stuff in here. I can copy paste, I guess, as far as from one placeable to the next. So not only is it keeping in compliance the way the Giants placeables are done, but also creates a little bit less script work that I got to do in the XML. So that's good. Let's check our level. So the level area should be at 1, 0, 1, 0. Let me check that. 0, 1, 0. That's good. Check our indoor, which should be at 2, 0. 0, 2, 0, nice. Our level area. Should be at 0, 1, 0. Did I ever check that? 0, 1, 0. So everything is fine, and then we got our test and tip occlusion, which would be 3 and 4 respectively. This will be at 3, and then this one's at 4. And what I'm looking at is this value right here. So all that is good to go. We don't need to change anything on that. So if we highlight these here, we can see where those are being used in here. So we're defining our tip occlusion area here. We're also using that for the AI to say, yeah, we don't want anything to be tipped here. So if you tend to assign an AI, I guess, as far as to do a job, if it comes to that area, it's going to know not to tip there. Okay, so we already got our doors. Our doors fixed. We checked all of our clear, level, and indoor areas. The only thing I have not done yet is to make a picture for this, which let me try and do that real quick. So the approach I take to it is maybe not the same as most others, but alright, so I'm going to close some things out here. We're good to go on this. We got our doors into our shed. Cool. Yeah, so it's just this store picture I need to deal with. So the way I go about it is to just take a snapshot here in the Giants editor and actually take that plane out since we're done with that now. Okay, and then I'll set my lighting up, something like that. Unhighlight that, and then we'll just actually, is this the back of it? Yeah, this is the back of it. Not bad. Can I put those? Yeah, this should be the front of it right here. Let's put it on the front, so I'll need to readjust my light. Need some light. There we go. Perfect. I'll set it up like that. And just take a little snippy snip. You could also probably just take a print screen, I guess, as far as that. I just use the snipping tool. Get just the viewport, and then I'll copy that into my paint program. Let's go into our paint program. Like so, and then we can crop this out. Let's see how this is going to work here. So let's see how well it fills in. Oh, I like to use magenta, I guess, as far as a nice neutral color. Usually you're not going to have that color present in your snapshot, so it's usually a pretty neutral color, I guess, as far as to be able to potentially do flood fill. We'll set that to 23. So we got a little bit of clipping in there. Let's turn down the tolerance a little bit. Actually, I can turn it up, not down. Nope, that's definitely the wrong way. Do need to go down. That's actually pretty good right there. That looks pretty good. Alright, cool. Let's go with that. Now what I'll do is I'll turn this into a layer. And then what I'll do is I'll take the size of this image, which is, so we'll do 1000 by 650. Safekeeping. Okay. So we'll do that. And then I can choose this magenta color on both color swaths. Copy this whole image and paste it as a transparent selection. See, now it's just the barn by itself. Okay, now from here I can make a copy, paste it into a new image, and then I'll crop it nice and down. Close this one now. Cool, now we got just our barn. Now we need to get it to a 512 by 512 constraint. So I think what I'll do, yeah, let's make a 512 by 512. That is the size of the store image. Like so. And then we'll need that to fit into here. Now, the tricky thing to this one is the way the picture actually shows it, you don't want to center it necessarily. You want to put it as close to the bottom as possible without clipping out your actual picture. So what you want to do, why it does it that way, I don't know. So it's, but that does seem to be, you want to put your picture as close to the bottom as possible. So the size of our image right here, 588 by 377. So we want to go image resize. I don't want to use the 512. I'll use 500. It'll be fine. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not keep it? Come on. Oh, I want to maintain the aspect ratio. There we go. Like so. That'll work. Now if we go copy, paste this into what will be our store image. New layer, and then I want to move this down to the bottom. Like so. Something like that. And then all I gotta do is do layers, merge, visible. And then what we named our image, let's go back to our XML, is this right here. We'll copy this. And then we'll save that right into, actually I'll put it to the desktop, then I got a step. So we gotta run this through the texture tool. It's as far as to make the image. So yeah. Let's do save as, and we'll put this right to our desktop and save it as a PNG. And we'll use that name that we took out of the XML for our image, like so. Now what I need to do is actually open up the texture tool. Give me a second here. Yep, there she be. So let's bring our texture tool over. And what we need to do is actually bring that image that we just saved over to the texture tool, and that'll create our store image. So I need a desktop and a window. Let's go to our image. So our image that we just saved should be right here. So all we need to do is drag that over to the texture tool, and it'll create our image. Voila, there's our image. So we can take this feller, cut that, and actually paste that into our map right here. Yep, so let's just restart those. So there's our image, I guess, as far as that we'll use. So this is what the XML will use as an image, as defined right here. Cool, so we got our texture done. We'll see how that looks when we go into the game. So now, just need to take out this light. Okay, and save our reburn. This placeable is pretty much done. Alright, so we'll do file, save as, placeable sheds and barns, and we want to save over this guy. Yes, please. Oh, beans. Alright, let's go ahead and close this out. Now we're pretty much ready to go test this out in the game. We got to get some things moved over for that to happen, but the hard work, heavy lifting, is pretty much done. Now let's make sure we did save our XML. So again, we want to make sure it's in the right location, which is in our placeables, sheds and barns. Cool. We'll save that. This will be totally viable in the store, and it should have this animation for the doors. So that's lots of things to test on there. Sweet. All right, we can close this out actually, I think, too. That's all been saved. Now we just gotta get some stuff moved over. So let me switch scenes here so we can get things moved over. Alrighty then, so gotta move some stuff here on my desk. The studio's a little bit of a mess here. I've been super sloppy lately. Glad y'all can't see that. Yeah, I'll have to admit. Okay, so here we are in our, so this is where we saved all that stuff. We need to bring that over to our mod directory for our map, which is right here. Currently that is not in there at all, so we need to bring that over. It's all brand new placeable. I guess as far as to put into our, we need this guy, and this guy, and then our store image, which is down here. So those are the three, all the items that we need, and bring those over to our map right here. Paste. Yes, please. All right. Now the other thing we need to do, now that we've got it into the proper directory, we got to make this so it's not going to be a dynamically placed onto the map. So we don't need to put it in our placeables XML, but we do need to put it into our store items XML. So I'm going to switch back real quick, I guess, as far as to get that set up. Okay, so we got to find our store items XML for our map. I guess I can just back this one up here. Yep, let's go over here to our maps directory and find our store items. Again, we don't need to apply it to this, so we're not dynamically placing this item that we just created into the map. It is already included, I guess, as far as in one of the farm areas. This will be a separate item that's not, doesn't dynamically load into the map start. But we do need to define it in our store items so that the game does say, okay, this is something that you can buy in the store. If we don't put it in here, we won't be able to see it in the store. Okay, so we're gonna put that guy right in our buildings here. Yeah, let's put it. Let me check something here real quick. So that's gonna be. Just go back here real quick. So that goes right after our 52 by 72. 56 by 80. Okay. I like to kind of keep things in order a little bit. So it's going to go right in between here. Cool. So we'll just be able to copy one of these lines. Whoops. Like so. Paste that there. Now we just need to change the information for what XML we actually want this to load in the store, which is going to be our 53 by 80 rebarn, which is this guy. So we're going to copy the name of that XML and paste that in here. Paste. This will allow this this item to show up in the store when we go into the build mode. So we can save this item, and we'll also have to bring this over to this edited XML over to our map. So we'll switch this back over and we'll get that moved over. Okay, so that's that very file that we just saved. Bring that over to our mod directory for our map. So this item right here, and bring that over to our mod directory in our map. Paste that, and yes please. Cool. Now it should load in there into the game. Now we'll be able to test this out now. Just that simple. I did a lot of preemptive stuff, I guess, as far as before the start of the stream, but that is the bulk of what needs to go into making something that you have dynamically loaded in your map as a separate placeable in the store. Hopefully that does help anybody out there. If nothing else, if you're trying to do this type of things yourself, or just to understand what goes into that that whole process. Okay, let's load this up in the game, shall we? And check out the fruits of our labor. That's the whole idea here. This is the fun part. So I haven't done all that much, I guess, as far as since Saturday. I guess as far as I felt kind of distraught, to say the least. I guess as far as feeling very unaccomplished with what we weren't able to get fixed with the paper production. But we're kind of moving on to things that we can have some control over. Alright, let's get this loaded up. Check our devlog and see if we don't have any errors. We can always expect sometimes, and whenever you're making something new like this, you can always kind of expect, I guess, as far as there's going to be, you know, some warnings or errors. We just kind of always cross our fingers that we don't. So far it seems to be loading up pretty good. I'm keeping my toes crossed too. Oh, yep, so we need to get some red, so I did mess up somewhere. I'll check and see what that error was. Alright, let's see what that error was. Okay, that is on... Okay, that's for one of my textures, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not going to be too worried about that right meow. Okay, that's related to one of my textures or whatever for another placeable. That should not be affecting our... Okay, I think we're good there. I'll check that later. I'll put that on my to-do list here first. Check this is one of my textures. I must have screwed that up. That should have nothing to do, I guess, as far as what we just worked on there. Okay, just something I'll have to do this, so I get that marked down to be able to take care of that later. Alright, let's confirm our character. Let me turn up the game sounds here a little bit. Always nice to come in here and hear some of the game sounds. Give me a second here. And let me turn this off for a second. Alright, here we go. Cool beans. Alright. Here we are in the map. Let's go ahead and turn off the autosave while we're in testing here. So all we want to be able to do, so we already own this plot of land, which is our main farm and new farmer for the start of the map. So what we can do is actually select that farm. We should be able to anyway in the store. So if we go into the build mode under construction, we want to be under buildings and sheds, and it should be not in here. Yep, there it is right there. So the only thing I haven't applied to that was something I just thought of as we're loading in here. Most everything that's going to be related to the map is going to have the Dairyland 4X logo to it, but it will also mention it down below. That's by default as far as what Giants has applied to anything that's a mod. So either way you look at it, it's going to be very discernible, I guess, as far as of what is connected and built into the map and what is not. So there's our rebarn. We should be able to put this down. Do we got any errors? We do. So what do we have errors in? So we do have errors for... So 80 and 81s. We got to take note of this and find out what is causing that. Oops. So yeah, let me go through this here. So it's 80 and 81. There's 71. I think that has to do with our doors. Okay, so we'll have to double check that. Oh, you know what? I already mentioned that too. See, so the reason why this is happening, so we put the clear area and so on above at the very top, it shifted all those down. See, I got a little bit ahead of myself. I already mentioned this, is we're going to have to double check those nodes for the doors because we put the clear leveling and all those transforms above that. It shifted all those down, so that's why we're getting all the errors here. So once we adjust those in our XML, we'll get rid of these. But for the most part, it does load and store. You can see our doors are on there. They're just not going to function because of those errors. So let's see how it looks when we place it. So I got 50,000 on that. I might actually adjust that price on this one. So it does place, and it does put the asphalt around the level areas. Let's go check this out. Cool. So there it is. So the only thing that's not going to work on this for now, we'll get back out of the game there and correct that, but it's not going to allow the doors to open. Let's bring up the menu. So yeah, we won't have the trigger there for the stuff, so we'll have to adjust the... but there's our barn. It does load there. This is the back side. My bad. This is the front. There we go. So there's our doors. They are there. It's just not going to work there because we got the errors on the nodes for those. So we'll get that fixed. Let's do that right now. So let's get out of here and we'll fix that and go from there. Alright, let's turn... crap. I'm selecting all kinds of stuff I don't want to. Hold on. Let's switch this back over. Close the game out. Okay, so back over here. Yeah, I just got a little bit ahead of myself, and I mentioned that at the very start, I guess, as far as that we were gonna have to go back to and readjust those nodes, and I just didn't do it. It's that simple. Let's go back, open up our barn again. And we need to adjust some things in our XML. So far, so good, though. So far, so good. Give it a second here to load this barn back up. Alright, so there's the editor. Where's my barn? Alrighty then. So I still got this loaded up in here. I can add that Dairyland 4X logo to this as well. I can do that just to kind of, but for the most part, you can see how that store image will show up in there. Alright, one thing at a time though. We need to fix the nodes for our doors. We need to recheck where those are at now. Those are all going to be at 12 and 13 respectively. So instead of what we had there, open up the XML for our barn. And I also want to adjust the price of this thing here too. I don't want it to be that much. Let's do 20 grand on that. Okay, so yep, so for this one here it needs to be 12 instead of 7. We'll change all the 7s to 12. That'll fix it for the left door. And then for our right door, that needs to be 13. And that is taking into account, I guess, as far as adding those nodes for the clear level and so on. So we added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different translates, I guess, as far as for that. So that shifted everything down 5 spots. We went from 7 to 12, and from 8 to 13. So that actually checks out. Alright, so now we can save this. That's really the only thing we needed to change to correct that error with the doors. And we adjusted the price on this thing too. But yeah, we got that saved, so we'll bring that over. And I'm also going to go ahead and redo our store image. So I'm going to actually bring in... This is my add a little touch, I guess, as far as to the store images. Let's go into here, and I got my store icon already into position, so all I got to do is do copy, paste, new layer, and then just take out my alignment blocks. Puts it right in the same spot for every store image, just like so. I can do layers, merge, visible, save that as a new PNG, and we'll run that back through the texture tool. So we got the XML and the store image to replace. Alright, let's run this through the texture tool. Alright, so we take our new image, let's refresh this, and our new store image should be right here. So let's run that through the texture tool. Alright, cool. There we go. Now we just take this, cut it out, and paste that into here. Overwrite that, yes please. Sweet beans, alright. Switch it back over, we'll get those two files moved over, and we'll go back into the game and check it out. Okay, so we're back over here. Let's placeables, sheds and barns. And we need to move over that edited XML for the price and our nodes on our doors. So that's going to be this guy, and then also our store image. It should be this fella. Let's copy those two, bring them over to our map. Now, some of you might tend to wonder, I guess, as far as like, why has it got the map in two different separate locations? Why don't it just edit it from the mod directory itself? There's a method to my madness on that, for those that don't know. So as I'm moving stuff around here and I'm selecting things, if I think of something that I did prior to getting to this, to pasting them and replacing it as far as what's over here, if I tend to realize that something that I did or didn't do, I can basically evacuate. No, that's not the word I want. As far as just not copy that over, fix what I needed to fix before I bring it over, so it still gives me a copy. So until I actually do this step, and actually paste it over and replace, if I think of anything, I guess, as far as that, you know, I meant to do before I copied this over, I can just not do it, if that makes sense. In this case here, I'm good to go on that. So like if there was something that I did do, I guess, as far as with the XML, that it's like, oh shoot, I can revoke, I guess, as far as being able to move these over, make the appropriate change that I did, which is still over here, and I'll still have that back up into the mod directory for the map, still intact, right? So there's kind of a method to my madness. It may seem a little crazy. I don't expect everybody to understand that, but there's a method to my madness when it comes to that. So anyway, we got that moved over as far as our edited XML with a price and our nodes for our doors and then our new store image. Okay, we can be able to go back into the game and try that out now. Simple adjustment. So far, I'm glad this is kind of working out so far. Alright, let me go ahead. Ready to turn off background music here. Alright, load it up on the new save for our map. Okay, let's check our devlog here. We should still have that. I should still have that error for the textures that was showing in red, but nothing for our doors once we place it. That's just something else I'll still have to deal with later. Yeah, so that one's still coming up. That's a totally separate issue. No big deal. Alright, cool. Alright, confirm our character. Alright, let's go ahead and shut this off. We're going to get game sounds. Alright, let's turn our autosave. While we're in testing here, we don't need that on. And let's get this place down. So go into the store. Go into construction. Need to be buildings and sheds. And then now we should have on our store image. Oops, scroll over too far. There it is. We got our updated store image. Cool. Now we need to put this. Actually, I didn't realize that is putting that in backwards, isn't it? Okay, so this is the front. Put it this way. Other than it probably loading in backwards, I guess if I like that, it's probably not that too big a deal. So yeah, we adjusted our price to 20,000. So we got a little bit of terraforming to do, so it goes a little bit more than 20,000. Put that down. Do we have any errors? We do not. We fixed that problem, I guess, as far as with the door. So our door should work now. If we get out of this and check and see how our doors work. Now we won't be able to spawn over to that spot. That's not how this placeable works, but not that dynamic, I guess, as far as when it comes to spawn to it. But there's our barn. We should have the option to open the doors. Ta-da! Love it when it works. And it's playing the sound too. Nice. So that I've seen barns, I guess, as far as where it just has the one trigger, where it'll open both doors at the same time. I kind of like it better, I guess, as far as to have the doors separate. As far as to be able to manipulate those separate. But yeah, there's our barn. Very nice. That worked out really good. Now this isn't it. We still got some other things that we can do. There are some things, other things I need to tackle. That's pretty cool. We got another added item, I guess, as far as to the store in the map. So one of the things I want to check out here, part of the reason why I think I'm getting the error is one of these other areas here. So let me, while I'm in here, I'm gonna go check that out. I think it was showing up on this barn, on this farm. Okay, so that one looking good. Woo! Yeah. So since the 1.9 update, if you're seeing a little bit of chugging, I haven't completely loaded in the shader. You know, it hasn't updated the shader cache, I guess, as far as for the map. So if you see a little bit of chugging, that would be the only reason why that's doing that. So it's okay. Nothing. What I'm looking for as I go to these different spots is to see if I got any white on the buildings, just to kind of narrow down which texture was giving me an error. So it's not there. Let me check. Let's go over to this cow farm. This is the smaller cow farm, otherwise known as the Peterwood cow farm. The one that we just came from was the larger cow farm, which holds 250 head of cattle. I'm getting a little bit of a preview, I guess, as far as what's going on with the map. So this is all dynamically loaded, all the items here. This one's broken up into like 3 different deals. So you've got the cow barn itself, as far as where the cows reside. You have all these parts here, which is the majority of the Peterwood farm, and then you have this is a separate load, and then also the cow. So that's about 4 different sets of dynamically placed items. And this is one here. And I guess I missed the bunker too. That's 5 different things, actually. So a lot of things like that load in dynamically, so they can be sold. Now, I haven't bought this, but just to kind of show what we can do here. So if we go into construction mode, any one of these items can be sold off and just completely cleared out. You can kind of get an idea of, well, those items will go bye-bye if you sell that. That is the cow barn. We got the bunker, which will also take the alfalfa that's built into the map. You got the cow food mixer. It won't let you sell it because I haven't bought it, but this will sell separate. So it kind of gives you an idea. So that's just how a lot of the dynamically placed setups here on the map kind of work. And a majority of these items you can replace these right in the store. So we have this barn, for example, in the store. Even as you sell these all as a whole, you can buy these back again, I guess, as far as in the store, to be able to place these. So that's kind of the approach that I'm taking as far as to this. So even though in whole, once you sell off the farm, and there's 11 of them that are on this map, you'll be able to buy the individual items that are on these things independently. So there's that barn. I don't think, so as I go around in this, I don't think I got, whoops, this guy. Let me look and see if I do. I think I got a version of it. I don't think it'd have that one specifically. So there's still some other barns and sheds like this one, for example, that we still need to do. Let me look in the store here. So I do have this one. Is that one of the other farms? Okay. We got that. There's this one. So as far as that's over here. That's basically this one in the store. Man, but I'm being like that. See, once this is all out of here, you won't get that that happening with it zooming real crazy. But you have to kind of envision, I guess, as far as this is empty. But there's that barn. I'll just say an example. And if you wanted to be able to replace this cow barn, that one's also in here. If you want to put another one of these down here, you can do that as well. That one's, oh, stop, hey, stop moving. So like that, that's that same barn. Why is it doing this? Mouse is acting up too. So if you want to put that, I don't have this purchased, but then this one here, I'm still trying to figure out a little bit with the window storage, how that works. It'll take pretty much anything that's loose as far as grass, hay, straw, to include the alfalfa. The one thing I have not figured out with that one just yet, scrolling over here a little bit, what I haven't figured out with that yet is how the heaps work. So coming to find that in order to have dynamic heaps, as far as in silos and things like this, you need to have the platinum expansion. Currently, as it sits, I do not have that. So whether or not these heaps that I've got in this silo, which are visible, so once you put stuff in here, I have what I consider to be a dynamic heap. They don't all show, I guess, as far as, so there's 5 different types that go into this bunker for window storage, and there's only 2 of them that are showing for whatever reason at any given one time. So yeah, like I said, coming to find that unless you've got the platinum expansion, those heaps aren't going to show. So I'm kind of hoping I'll figure out a solution to that prior to the release of the map. I definitely don't want to have everybody gets as far as to have platinum expansion for certain functions like that to work or present themselves properly. Okay, so continuing to go around the map, I'm kind of looking for which one. So I'm getting that error for the 2 textures. Let me go over here. So this is one of the other farms that you can buy. This is one of the 11. This one's loading out. Okay, I'm looking for white textures on buildings and such as I can through these, just to find the culprit. Let's go over to the Gomez farm. All right, so nothing here. This is another version of that same barn that we just worked on. Yep, so there it is right there. There's our white texture. Oh, so I didn't change that properly, I guess. Okay. That is the same barn that we did the doors on. I redid the doors, I guess, as far as I didn't like the way the doors were done on this one. So I'll be replacing that out too. That's probably another thing I need to do yet. Yeah, so we'll do that next. Okay, so I think that's the error that I was getting here. See how this is showing white on there? That's not supposed to be like. Now the fact that I was getting 2 errors. Let me bring up the dev. Bring up our error log here again quick. So I thought it was for 2 textures. Let me check it out real quick. It might be. Oh, I see. So it's the 2 errors that I'm getting is for. So it's got the 2 separate doors, but it's the same texture for each door. I see what's going now. Okay. So that's why I had to confirm, I guess, as far as what was going on. But we'll get that fixed next. So we can get rid of that error. That's why it had, even though it's only related to one texture, because there's two instances of the same problem with that texture, it's giving me 2 errors. That's those 2 white panels on the end doors. That's why it's doing that. All right, cool. So that'll be the next thing we'll fix then. Sweet. So we'll go ahead and get out of the game and correct that up. All right, let's switch this back over. Alrighty then. Get the game all closed out. We can correct that error. Alright, we'll leave that up there. Okay, let's shift some things over here in the studio. There we go. Cool. I'm glad y'all cannot see this mess that is the studio right now, because it is kind of a disaster. Kinda, just a little bit. Okay. So where were we? So what we need to do, and that was in the Gomez farm, so that's another placeable. We need to get the doors replaced on it. That's what we need to do. Let's do that. So we need to go to farms, go to Gomez farm. That's where we're seeing that error on the texture for those doors. So let's open this guy up. And our new doors that we have applied to our barn that we just did and we tested out, everything's working good. We need to get those put onto this one here. It'll load up. What the heck? Oh, I never did close this one out. Let me close this one out. Okay, what? Did hold on, that's for... No, that should be good. Did that load up? Oh, yeah, there it is. So we're trying to load up. Alright, let's go back here. Do our farms and Gomez farm. Okay. Okay, it's loading up good here. Let me see what I did wrong here. So we need to get these doors replaced out. Yeah, that's what we need to do. So what I can do, let's actually bring in our new barn that we created. I'll import that. Which is this feller. And we're gonna pull out these doors. Copy those. And paste those into here. Yep. Those fellas. We'll do. We're in the right place. Paste. Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh? Okay. Alright, so that's not gonna load the same as... Yeah, so this one's already built in place, I guess, as far as this placeable, so I'll have to do this a little bit differently with these doors. So I won't be able to use these directly. That's fine. We still have that saved, I guess, as far as in a separate i3. So, should all be good. Let's close that one out. Let's bring in the one that's on, it should be on our desktop still. So this feller. Yep. So we'll go with this guy. So what we should be able to do is take this guy, copy that, and paste it into here. It's still going to be, well, son of a gun. Alright. Alright, I got a plan for this one. We can actually make this work. This is going to be our new deal. I'm going to use what's already in here as a guide. Let's see something here real quick. That's good. Okay, so it's maintaining that name. Maintaining that name, so we're good there. Okay. So what I can do is actually take this whole translate here. I'll need to rotate this obviously to get it into position. Yeah, so there'll be a little bit different approach to this, but it'll work. It'll work. Okay. So we can use these as a guide as for where we need them to be placed. So these are our new doors right here. Alright, let's get this rotated like so. What's the rotation for that on? 64. Copy this actually. Okay, that's not going to be the same. Never mind. Is that going to be 90 degrees? Let me see. Okay, I guess that'll work. 90 degrees it is. There we go. I'm going to loosely use this design of this door, I guess, as far as to line this one up. Okay, that should work there. Sweet, now we can get rid of this one. I'll move this one up. We're going to have these in the right position. Now I can duplicate this one and move that over to this door. And I'll put that here, and then this one's going to go this way. Like so. Okay, now I can get rid of that one. Sweet, now I'll just rename this one here. And just for clarity in here as far as to have, this is our second door. Door 2. There we go. And then everything else should be good to go. Now what we'll need to do as well, just like we did in our single placeable, is to adjust the XML for this here to make sure that it's all in the right spot and the proper translate. Okay, let's open up the XML for this farm, which is this feller. Okay, and let's check our doors out here for this. So should still be at the 471, 481. Let's double check those and make sure. That's our second door. First door, 470, 471. That all looks good. Now let's just check our translate to this one here. So it starts off at 0. Yep, we're definitely going to have to change these. So we should be able to use the same translate as we did for our other XML. Yep, that's what we should be able to do. Go into here, we'll open this guy. And it's a simple copy pasta of these translates for this store. Let's take all this. This is for our first store. Now we don't want those same nodes, those are different nodes, I guess, as far as in comparison to our, so we don't want that, we just want the translate for that. Like so. Okay, so that translate, and then also for our second door. And then we can check them actually in the editor here to make sure that that's going to be correct. This is our second door. And copy that there. Nice. Now let's check to make sure that that's going to be what we want. We'll just copy this value on the X to here. Or that piece that's supposed to slide. So this is for our left door. So that's what that's going to look like when it opens. Is that clipping through there? Oh, I think that should be good. Nice. Hey, what's going on there, TGB? How did the stream go? I know I was lurking in there. I had to refresh there, so hopefully it everything went good. Yeah, everybody wave over TGB for whoever's hanging out. Oh, we got maybe a couple. What's going on there? We're just getting a little bit busy here, I guess, as far as with creating some doors for our shed. It was swell, nice. That's all that matters. I know we seem to be going pretty good. Looks like the loads were going pretty well. Did you have any major upsets? Hopefully not. Yeah, I think that'll work. So 4702 was it? Let me recopy that. Repaste it, I mean. Yep, so that looks good. I guess as far as when the door is open, and then it'll go back to 0 when it's shut. Like so. We'll check the other door as well. That'll be on this one. That one we got set to 4783. Copy that. And let's see what that looks like when it's open. There's that one. Actually, that looks like it overshoots just a little bit. Might have to check the other placeable too. That overshoots maybe a little bit. I want it to go right about there. Let's copy this value. I'll check the other placeable too, just to make sure. Yeah, I think we'll do that once we're done with this one. Yeah, so paste that value into here. Full beans. Okay, set that back to 0. Alright, now, just to make sure that we got the right textures on these two as well. Yep, so that's good there, and that's good there. So everything looking okie dokie smoky there. Nice, so let's set this back up over for our placeable here. Okay. Resave our farm. Let's just the Gomez farm. Get a repoint there. Placeables, farms, and that's going to be the Gomez farm. Yes, please. So we'll do that one, and also save the XML for that. So we did adjust the nodes, translates on the doors, as well as replace the doors. So we'll save that. And then I want to check it on this one here again. I'm going to reopen up that placeable shed and double check the translate on that real quick. After looking at the one we just did, seemed to be a little bit off. So we need this guy. Okay. Let's check these out. So let's go to our doors, which is here. And there, just making sure we got the right ones. Alright, so this translate on our rebarn was 4702. Let's double check this. Copy that. Let's see what this looks like when it's open again. That overshoot. Actually, no, that one's good. Put that back to 0, so we're okie dokie there. Check the right door. And that one we've got set to 4783. Let's check that one out. Okay, that one's okay. Nope, looks like we're pretty good there. Well, you know what? Oh, shoot. Oh, dang it. Did I have that too far? Oh, it's another issue here. We need to actually get this moved. Oh, okay, hold on. got a different issue here. So I don't want to move it based on this here. I want to leave that at 0. I need to move it. Oops. In this level. So what I'm noticing here, I got a little bit of overlap there, so I'm assuming that's on this door too. Crap. Whoops. A little bit of adjustment. Nothing major. It can be fixed. Let me open this one back up again. Let's see here. What was that? Yep, it is. Alright, so see how it's kind of going outside of the track there. I need to move it out this way a little bit more. I need to move it on this translate. Okay, so let's move this way. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Did I make that too thick? Ooh, okay. Did I make that a little too snug in that track? Maybe. So that's on the Z. Let's see if I can just tweak this a little bit. We want to go 5. See if you can't narrow that down a little bit. And what about 7? That's pretty good there. We'll use this Z. Okay. Had to tweak it out a little bit. Nothing major. So we'll do that same thing on this door. So I'll have to check that other barn in our Gomez farm there as well. Okay, so we're just making sure we're not protruding out, I guess, as far as the door track there. Oop, that one's still, whoa, that's a little funky right there. Not doing that on the other one too. Might have it a little bit too snug. This one's, yeah, this one's doing that. Interesting, okay. Right, so that's kind of funky. Let's see if we go one more over, so another thousands of a. Okay, that seems to fix that a little bit. Alright, let's do the same thing on this door. And we're getting that wonky clipping there, we don't want that. Then to move it over in about another 1,000. There, that should level it out. Sweet. Just a little bit of a tweak, that's about all. Okay, so for the most part, that translate that we had on that should be good. Alright. Good deal. Other than having to move that out there. I'll have to check that on the Gomez farm one too. So that door, this one back to 0. A little bit of fine tuning, that's about all. It's to be expected, I guess, as far as we want those doors to slide nice and neat. Okay, so we didn't need to do any further adjustment to our XML, just needed to tweak on that main translate, I guess, as far as for each door. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. No changes to this XML. That one's good to go. Save as. That's going to go rewrite this one. Now, let me go ahead and reopen up our Gomez farm here again real quick. Check that out. Okay, let's go check this barn out again real quick. Oops, I want to move this whole thing. There we go. Let's see if this one clips too. I'm assuming it probably does. Yep. Okay. That kind of photogenic memory, I kind of remember what that was set at on this one. Oh, I know what I didn't do on this one. So there's A little bit more I want to do. I guess I don't really need to. I don't have to, but I think I'm going to. I wanted to remove this rotation out of that. It's probably not a big deal. I might be able to get away with just doing... Why is this one... Hold on. Huh. So why is that one set to... Got the minus 180 on there. That's weird. Yet that one's only 90. That was a complete duplication of this door. Interesting. I got an idea for that though. I know I said I had a plan, and I think I'm going to stick with that plan to fix that. That kind of bugs me that it's like that. My OCD is getting triggered, I guess, as far, so we're going to fix that. As soon as we get these reset here. Let's slide this door over. Okay. Now. Okay, this is going to be a little bit different value. Okay. Got it. It won't be the same as our other placeable because it's in a different, yeah, different. It's oriented differently in the scene graphics as far as then. Okay, no problem though. Still the same process though as far as to get this to 0 out. Doesn't clip. Not 0 out, but just so it doesn't clip. Let's see, which way do we gotta go here? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna need to do that step first. Okay, never mind. I need to get this rotation out of this first and bring it back in and then deal with all that. Okay, no problem. Let's zero these back out. Got a step I need to do first before I actually mess with that. So let's do that. Alright. And then each one of these doors, I want to export out as a separate object. Export selection. Yeah, we can just put them right there. That's fine. I'll just have to remember to clean those out of here once we're done. So we'll do this as, I'll just do door 1. Doesn't really matter. Whoop. And then this will be door 2. Export selection. This is door 2. Like so. Get that one out. Yeah, I'm gonna close this out for time being. We'll come back to this in a second. Okay, now what I want to do is open up our farms here. We should have door 1 and door 2. I need to open these up separate. I need to fix that rotation. That's gonna bug the crap out of me if I don't. Come on, open up. Why is it being so slow? Door 1. Okay, so there's that door. So all I need to fix is this rotation on that. All I need to do. So. And just checking some things out before I do that. You got to get be real careful when you use this freeze translate, freeze transform or whatever in the editor. If you've got any rotations that are in your items prior to applying that, it will affect all rotates that are in there. So because I'm going to be doing this on the main translate, if I had any rotations that existed that I needed to have, like for pivots, we don't have that in here, so it shouldn't be a problem. But if I did have any rotate positions, I guess as far as for a pivot or like a door hinge or whatever, I definitely don't want to do it this way. But because it's sort of simple sliding door, it shouldn't be so hard to do. As far as to affect anything that's inside of this main translate. So just to get rid of that rotate, I'm going to do freeze translates on the rotate, and boom. And all that's going to do is just flip that around. Simple as that. Now, hopefully, let's see here. That did not screw up. I don't like where that's positioned, and it should be centered in that. Alright, let me close that. I don't think I did that right. Close it. Oh, I'm gonna reopen that real quick and see. I think I messed up that translate. This is why I open them up separately like this, so that I don't like to do that with while it's where it needs to be, you know, as far as like with the rest of the items that are where I pulled it from, because then it tends to screw stuff up. History has proven that to me, so that's why I always do these separate, just in case anything screws up. Okay, so that translate was right there. I just wanted to double check that. So before I do anything, I just wanted to confirm, I guess, as far as where that translate was right here. So that should be good. So now I'll do the same thing. We do freeze translate on the rotate. Boom. That's just all it does is spin that around. Cool. Well, that one's good. Let's go ahead and save that one. Door 1. And we'll do the same thing with door 2. Alright. Close that one out. And then we'll open door 2 and do the same thing. Definitely want to make sure before you do freeze translate like that, no matter if it's a rotate, a translate, or a scale, if you've got anything that needs to be a particular scale or a rotate below, you know, anything that's included within that main translate that I had open like that, you want to check and make sure that nothing is needed to stay in that position, otherwise it will mess that up. 100% guaranteed. Alright, so here's our second door. I just want to get rid of that translate, rotation. So yep, same thing on this one. Freeze translate just on the rotate. Like that. Cool. Because we want to be able to move this on. Let's double check this here and make sure. So go to here. That should be moving. That's on the Z-axis. We'll have to see how that actually applies that. So that should have been on the X and not the Z. Oh. Alright, let me save that. But we should have been moving on the X for the other door. I need to check that one real quick too. That might have screwed that up for, alright, hold on. Save as, we'll do this door 2. Close that out. I'm gonna open up our rebarn again just to make sure. We didn't screw something up. Alright, that one, let's see what this one said. These should be moving on the X, because we did, I'm just going by what we did do in the XML. I don't know why this is loading up so slow. I'm probably tiring it out. I've been going in and out of the editor, I guess, as far as quite a bit, so it's probably getting tired of me doing that, I'm sure. I don't blame it. Let's see, so we need barns. Rebarn. Okay, so what axis is that moving on for our doors here? See, that is on the X. Okay, so if nothing else, what'll happen, the way it moves on the other doors would be on the Z instead of the X, like this one is. That's about the only difference, I suppose. I think I do remember having to, so the orientation of this barn by itself, I did have to change it so it was in compliance with all the other individual placeables. So that's not really that big of a deal. I just wanted to double check and make sure that that was the case here. So yeah, this one moves on the X. The other one that we've got in the other farm there moves on the Z instead. So that's just because of the orientation of that model within its entirety, of that whole placeable with the house and so on and so forth. So because of that orientation in there, it's going to be a different translate is all. Not a big deal. We just have to make sure that we change that in the XML for that farm. So this one's good. It's just going to be sliding on a different translate is all, as far as this one's on the X, the other one's on the Z. Cool. All right. At least we came to that conclusion. So I don't need to do anything more to that. Let's go ahead and so let's reopen up our Gomez farm and bring in those 2 new doors. Now that that rotation's out of it. Okay, so we need this one. I'll make sure I'm getting the right stuff. How's everyone doing out there anyway? Appreciate anybody that's dropping by, I guess, as far as sticking around for what we got going here. I know some of this can tend to be a little bit monotonous, I guess, as far as to watch, and it's totally understandable. Totally understandable. Alright, we need to reopen that farm barn there. Farms. Let's go to that Gomez farm. And let's go over here, and then we can just replace those out now that it has that rotation out of it. Okay, let's go to our doors, which is in our rebarn, and just replace these with the ones that we just saved. Alright, so store 1. Now once we bring it into this particular translate, it should be in the right position, if we did it right. So if we do cut that, paste it here, and there we go. Exactly where it needs to be. So far, so good. Alright, so we'll go ahead, take this one out. That's the old one. Move this up. And then we'll bring in door 2. Which is this one. Put that one into position. Okay, we can take out the old one. Cool. So the only thing that'll do on this one here, though, the translate will be on the Z instead of the X. It's the only difference. So let's go to that XML for this one here, and instead of on the X, they'll have to be on the Z. But let's double check these translates. So this one, let's put this on the Z, for our first door, and we need to actually highlight the door, which is this guy, and that'll be on the Z, not the X. See, if we were to do it on the X, it would slide it this way. We don't want that, so we want it to be on the Z. Okay, so that needs to be a positive 47102, okay. Yep. So that's the way that'll look when it's open. We just have to change that from a negative to a positive. So the other thing we still didn't adjust is that, so we can get that fixed too. Alright, so let me make this adjustment in here. So this just needs to be a positive on the Z. Copy this, put this on the Z, and then zero this one out. There, so there's that translate. That's for our left door. Now our right door, go ahead and zero this one out. Okay. Now for our right door, I still need to fix that this way, I guess, as far as once I get this all figured out. But alright, so that translate for this one's a... This will probably be a negative. Let's copy that to this Z. See where we're at here. So paste that. Yep, that's going to be a negative. Like so. Let's see where we're at here. Okay, so that'll work. We just got to change that to a negative. Negative value, and then put that over on the Z instead of the X. Nothing major. And then zero this one out. Cool, so that one's set. Now let's fix this, how much it clips over to that side there. So that we want to adjust on the main transform here. So let's adjust this one first. Oop, guess I need to reopen this one here. I can just slide this one over. Let's do it like this. I'll zero that back out once I'm done. Okay, let's see how far we need to have this over. So we only need to do it like just very little. I just need to see what way we need to go here. So is that this? Nope, that's going to be on the X. My bad. That back. Shoot. Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. What are you doing? Back out there. Anywho, let's try that again. So that's going to be on the X, not the Z. So I do remember that was a 10, 7, 18. That should be good, just like that. So again, that same value that we applied on the Z for the other placeable, we just have to apply that to the X, because that's about the only difference. That's the only difference, so we'll put that on here as well. Alright, let me open this one up. Put this in the open position. Go to the main translator of that. Okay, we're figuring it out. We got it. We kind of know what we're doing. There we go. So just zero. Now we only have that clipping, I guess, as far as on that one as well. Sweet. Now let's go ahead and zero those doors back out. So they're closed. Okay, and do the same on this one. Sweet. Alright, so that one's all set to go now. Awesome sauce. Just a little bit of tweaking. We got everything situated now, so now we got the one that's dynamically placed on this farm layout, as well as the individual piece, just as far as that you can buy in the store. Alright, let's save this as our new Gomez farm. And we shouldn't need to make any additional changes other than that translate we already did. We got to make sure we save this XML. So we'll make sure we get all these new newly saved files. I guess we'll over to. So we got the i3D for both the shed by itself and its XML, and then the placeable for the Gomez farm and its XML. So we got basically 4 different sets of files. So we'll do that right now. So let's go ahead and close this out. We're good to go on that. So that's good to go on that. Let's switch this over and we'll get the things moved over and get them checked out in the game. Okay. And now we got this moved over to our game. I think what I'm going to do here, folks, real quick is take a quick little recess, and we'll get back before we get back into the game here. So give me just a moment. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I don't know where that came from, folks. I apologize for that. It was probably one of my older scenes, but we're back. Had to raid the fridge there for a little bit to see what I had available, I guess, as far as for din-dins, like as far as when we get done with things here, but yeah, we're back. What did I push there? What in the world? I didn't even know I still had that scene. Alrighty then. Oh, so where were we, folks? We were moving some files over. That's what we were doing. Let's do that. So we got we need to get our new barn moved over. So we need this. Oops. Funky. So we got to do this, and this. While we're in this directory, let's bring that right over to our mod folder, which is, yep, that one there. So we need to overwrite those. And then also for our Gomez farm, move that over here. Placeables, farms. Okay. Anyway, I think I got some, I do have some things that I can fix up, I guess, as far as once we're done here. I guess as far as for stream on our Modeling Monday, so yeah. I think we're gonna go in the dinner department, looks like. So let's go to my farm that. There we go. Jeez, I got lost there for a second. So we need our Gomez farm. So we need all the files for that. So it's this one, and that one. Copy those over. And right in there we go. Voila. So we got everything moved over that we need to. So we shouldn't have any errors anymore once we test this up in the game. So we had the two errors that were showing that were related to the texture applied to those doors. Now that we got those swapped out, shouldn't have that problem anymore. Alright, so let's go into the game and test it out and see how we did. That's not what I wanted. Jeez, clicking all the wrong stuff. Alright, we'll get this going here. We know what we're doing. Sure we do. Alright, so we're going to load this up on a new save. New farmer. Load up our map. And see if we got any errors. Shouldn't have any. No red. No red, no whammies. Now, if we do have any at all, I will have to check and make sure that the location of the textures, because we did a lot of importing in and so on, I guess, as far as from different locations. I'll probably need to check and make sure the directory for the textures that it's being applied to these placeables are actually in the right spot. If we don't get any errors in here, that should be a clear indication. Alright, so far that looks good. Awesome sauce. Alright. But no errors, no more errors. Let's go in the game here and go check those out. So one of the first areas that we need to check. Turn that off. Here, speaking of turning it off here, let me turn that off there so we can get game sounds. Okay, so we turn the automatic save off for testing. Let's go right on over to the Gomez farm. That's where we noticed problem with our textures on this here. There's our new doors, so we don't have the white on the doors anymore, so that's definitely a good sign. Let's give, I don't remember how much this area costs, but let's go ahead and see here. So this area costs okay, 385. I was looking at the hectares on that too, so it's 31.662 hectares, I guess, as far as because it does include that field, I guess, as far as what that farm area, and you can see with the precision farming on the planet, you got 67% loam. That's the main deal in there. I can't remember which one's better. I'll be perfectly honest, but it's showing a pretty good yield, I guess, as far as off. This is about 113%. So pretty good area, I guess, as far as to be able to purchase here. So I'm going to check out some of these other areas here too. I was kind of curious. If we wanted to buy, no, don't do that. So this one does not have a field to it, so it's not going to tell you until you apply a field there. So a lot of these vacant lots here, because they don't have a field to it, it's not going to tell you. I had actually thought about actually putting the field dimensions, the field definitions to it there, so at least would give you some information about the soil, I guess, as far as for that area. So yeah, like this one here doesn't have as much. It's 92%. It's still not terrible, but it has mostly silty clay. This one's 99%, more silty clay, so you can kind of get an idea of where everything is at. Anywho, so we need to buy this area. I'll cheat some money in here as far as, so we need the better part of $385,000. Okay, let's go ahead and do that real quick. We'll kind of go to the bank here real quick and give ourselves some money. All right, so let's do an even $500,000. That sounds good. Give ourselves a little bit of a cushion. Okay, so let's go ahead and buy this area, and we'll see if we can get if these triggers work and all that stuff on this barn. Farmland, let's buy that. Voila. Now we should have all the triggers on that. See how we did. So this should be able to open now. Ta-da! Let's see how they will look. Sounds are playing. I guess as far as for that door opening. Looks good. Alright, let's check the other door. We'll do the same thing. Oop, I guess I shut that door. Open this gate. Check all the functionality on both doors. Yep, that turned out pretty good. Nice. This one's all good to go. That barn is all okie dokie. Cool. Now, since we already own this one here, if we wanted to put another one of these barns down here, let's do that. Let's put it over here. Go into the build mode. And construction, buildings, and right into the sheds. Check this one out here. So that one should be this filler. So you can see the orientation. It kind of loads in backwards, kind of speak, but it's loading in much the same orientation as the original. So I guess that's, yep, just like that. So it does give you the ability to spin it around. So let's put one over right across from it. How about that? Put one right down. Cool. So the clear areas and the leveling areas seem to be working as far as to put the asphalt down. Yep, just says we've got it defined in the XML for it. Cool. So we can have, this is just one example of how you can place these down in the farm areas. So yep, seems to clear out pretty good. Yep, see, this is what I was talking about, the clear areas being not quite far enough out. See how it's putting the foliage inside here? You might have a little bit of adjustment to apply to that, I guess, as far as to scoot that out a little bit. And that start area, I guess, as far, so if you remember back in the editor, we did put the start in this corner, and when you get it too close, I guess, as far as to the building itself there, that's what tends to happen, as far as it tends to not clear the area out well enough, and that's this is the result you get when that happens. So I think we'll look at that and see if we can fix that, so we don't get that foliage coming into the shed. But for the most part, yeah, that looks pretty good. Now we could change the type of texture that'll clear the area out as far as the leveling. Instead of asphalt, we could use dirt, for example. We can use pretty much anything we want. We can use grass, dirt. In this case, I decided on asphalt because that's what mostly what I use, I guess, as far as for most of the placeables in the store. But yeah, looks like it's working good. Let's check our translates on our doors here too, just like we did on the other one. So that looks good there. Open this door up. So yeah, we'll just make a little bit of adjustment on this for the start areas for our leveling and all that. That should fix that foliage in there, but this is looking good too. Awesome sauce. Good deal. You like to see it. This placeable, I would have to assume, is pretty much done. Other than that little bit of adjustment on the clear and leveling areas. The other thing we could check while we're in here, I'm kind of thinking what's going to happen. We're probably going to get a little bit of clip of snow showing in here because of that all being lined up the same, I guess, as far as on the clear, leveling, and the indoor. But we can, let's add some snow, I guess, as far as to the ground, just to confirm that. Oops. Oh, crap. Why in the hell? Get out of there. There we go. I keep pushing the wrong button. I really don't know what that's for. That's why I've had to move my Easy Dev controls as far as on a different button. Alright, so let's go... Let's apply some winter. Yes. And we want it to be snowing. And we also want to add some snow. Cool. Let's see how we got here. So it'll take a minute, I guess, as far as for the snow to actually accumulate on the ground. So we can check our doors to make sure that looks good. Alright, let me check the roof itself. Oh, we got thunder snow. Yep, so just like on this barn here, you can see it's got the frost on the roof. Should have the same thing on this barn. Yep, so that's working good, I guess, as far as having the frost on the roof. We're not seeing any frost, I guess, as far as on other parts like our door. Other than, you can see it right on the edge here. So that's why we did want to have the placeable shader, I guess, as far as applied to that, so that we have that. So yeah, any place like that, it'll show there properly on that. Yeah, so it's hard to tell because that's white. Same thing here, but it does have some snow in that part, so that's cool. Should be seeing that on this one here too. Alright, so yep, pretty much the same thing on that one. So that's looking good. So what do we, yep, see we got a little bit of snow that's clipping through here. So we definitely need to fix and adjust on our clear and leveling areas just a little bit. So on those start points in particular, we can kind of scoot that a little bit more this way and a little bit more out that way. Nothing major, but this is what I was speaking of, I guess, as far as when I said if you get that too close to the building on those translates, I guess, as far as this is what happens. So not a big deal. It can be adjusted. That's what we'll do next. Everything else is still checking out pretty good. Let's get this to nighttime. We can actually make sure that this light's working on here on both those. While we're in here, we'll go ahead and test that too. Get some nighttime going. This will probably go right into spring, I guess, as far as, yep, there's the light. So the light works. Cool, just as we expect. Very nice. Cool beans. Okay. I'm going to consider that to be a solid test in there. We had no more errors, I guess, as far as after correcting all that. So it's definitely what I consider to be positive adjustment there. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and get back over here and make some adjustments. Switch it back over. Appreciate everybody that is sticking around, I guess, as far as for what's going on, you know, progress with the Dairyland 4X map. Just these little things like that that need to get addressed at this point. Just little minor things. I still haven't gotten a whole lot lined up, I guess, as far as what the README for the map, as well as the pictures. I've been taking a lot of screenshots as I do these things to be able to just have a pictorial of sorts, I guess, as far as on the website. There's still currently not a whole lot on the website yet, but there will be, so definitely keep your eyes and ears peeled, I guess, as far as on that. I know it seems like I sound like a broken record when I keep repeating these things, but I promise map should be out soon. That's all. I'm just gonna stick with that. I know that's a very vague term, but I do promise it should be out there soon. All right, so we got pretty much everything done. What I need to adjust here is exactly what I need in our barn there. We need to adjust. I actually need to open up the actual deal here. So let me check something here real quick. Okay, so that should be good there. So it is reading from the map. We didn't get any errors, so that's definitely good. I'm gonna also check on this here. Give me a second. I want to look in here and make sure that those textures are pointing in the right directory. So yep, looks good there. What I'm looking for when I open up the i3D in this fashion, I'm looking for a directory that's like a paragraph long. That would give me an indication that it's reading from somewhere that I don't want it to. So we want to make absolutely sure that it's reading from the map. In this case, it does seem to be doing that. Okay, so that one's good. And we'll also check on our other deal here, which we're going to have to open that up anyway in the editor. So let's go into here. And this guy. Let's check the same way here. So yep, that's all looking good there. Awesome sauce. Alrighty then, so I don't need to do anything more with the XML. I do need to open this up back in the editor. And we need to adjust the clear and leveling in indoor areas, because you saw how the foliage was kind of clipping into the inside of the building as well as the snow. So we definitely want to tweak on that a little bit. Take a second for this to load up. Alright, so at least the editor did. Alright, we need to go to our rebarn, which should be right here. Alright, cool, let's adjust some things in here. So we don't want to mess with that main transform. We need to adjust. So where we noticed when we tested it out in a game was on this edge and on the back. So what we need to do is scoot this out a little bit further. We already have it pretty well scooted out, but obviously it wasn't clearing well enough. So it's scoot it out this way. We'll be able to test this again to make sure. And then also this way. See, it's the fact that I already had it overhanging as much as it was there, as it is here, as you can see. It's still clipping, not clearing, and it's clipping the snow and the foliage, I guess, as far as in these areas. So scoot that out a little bit. Alright, so we'll see if that works. So now what we can do is we can actually take these values and apply those to the other deals here. Alright, so we'll apply it there, as well as to our indoor. Now the test and tip occlusion should be fine. I'm not going to mess with those. But just for the sake of argument there, we're going to go ahead and put that to that anyway, just to keep them all the same. Just to keep them all the same. Okay. Now we can copy the new Z value, copy that, and apply that to the C value. Now, hopefully by doing this, it's not going to affect the width and the height, because those were fine. That's the other thing we're going to have to keep in mind with this. But depending on how much you adjust on this main start, you got to keep in mind that the width and the height are a part of the start, so it's a sub-translate of the start. So you may or may not need to adjust that back as well. So we'll do paste. That was already at 314. Okay. This one. Oh, I see what I did. So that was not too far off, I guess, as far as in the first place there. So 314. Let's put that back, actually. Oops. I'm going to put this back at 314. We'll leave those both that way. It's a little bit more. We're only talking like hundredths of a position there, but okay. Let me go back through all of these and make sure. So because we moved this way and that way, I need to make sure that this doesn't, we might need to scoot this out as well. Otherwise, what'll happen, because we moved it, especially on this way for this one, it might start clipping on this part now. So I might go ahead and move this one out as well, just to make sure that it don't. Okay. And then our height, we move that out this way, so we move this out this way, so we're going to need to move it out this way. Yeah. So we got to kind of counter that, I guess, as far as because we moved this main translate for the start. Scoot this out as well. Like so. Alright, so what we need to do is actually copy this Z, put it in all the other Z's, except they're all the same. So how does that saying go, I guess, as far as when there's one reaction, there's an opposite or directly correlated. So when there's one action, in one case, there's an opposite, opposing, or direct reaction, I guess, as far as that's kind of what's going on with when we adjust this main start, because those are sub-translates. When we move that, it affects, I guess, as far as the other two, so we have to compensate with that. So we did our height, so our width, so we're basically moving this width, copy that again, this one, and also to this one. Okay, so those are all set. These are totally separate. I'm gonna leave those alone. Mainly just the clear level and indoor areas that we want to mess with. Alright, so now we need to check the height. We did move that out. I'm using this clear start and width, I guess, as far as my baseline for how I set the other two level and indoor areas. Okay, so height. Let's do it to that. And also this one. Okay, so cool. That should be good to go for this placeable. Be able to go back into the game and test it out and make sure that we adjusted it enough and not too much. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. So nothing to the XML, only to the i3D. So we need to go right over top of that guy. So the only thing we need to move over is our new i3D save. Okay, so let's switch this over and we'll get that over. Alrighty then, so let's get that moved over. So we got our new, we're still on our farms. Let's go into our sheds and barns. And we need this filler. Copy that. Over to our map, my directory. Cool beans. So that's all over there. Let's go into the game and check that one out. simple adjustment, but always helps to go in there and test it out to make sure that it's get the proper result. New save, new farmer, load up our map, and boom. Bring up our devlog. We should not have any errors. If we got errors at this point, then we definitely did something wrong. I'll wait until this loads up here. Turn off the background music so we can get the game sounds. I'm still working on map sounds. I've been tweaking on the map sounds as well. Alright, let's load this up. No more errors, cool. Confirm our character and turn off our autosave. Don't need to be saving that. Let's go over to... I guess we don't need to go over to that one. We already checked that. Let's just put our shed down over at our main farm, that starting farm. So go into construction. Whoa. What the heck are you doing there? That was weird. Kind of got stuck in that mode there. So building, sheds. Grab our barn. Put it this way. And we'll put it down right there. Cool. And let's see, initially no errors on placement. So what we'll have to do is just invoke some weather, I guess, as far as to check that all out. So let's check our leveling and all that stuff first. Make sure we don't have any foliage. I did not notice when last time we placed it on this farm. If it did that, it might be just so far it looks good on this one. So I'll get the snow going. I'll also try and place it over at the Gomez farm. Get it there. So we got a little bit of spillover, I guess, as far as on that, but it's not terrible. So we don't have the foliage at least in here. Like it's not clearing this out here. That's kind of weird. But we do got that kind of tight on the. This would be the width. So we got the start over in that corner. This would be the width, so we could probably bring that out more if we wanted all this foliage, I guess, as far as to eliminate. Just something I'm just keeping in mind, I guess, as far as what's going on the inside. So we don't have any foliage in there. Let's oh my god, I did it again. Wrong freaking thing. Wish I knew what that was for. That's something that Giants has built into the F11 key. I have no idea what the heck that's for, but we need to invoke some winter. Yes, and we'll have it snowing. And add some snow on the ground. Cool, so let's see how we did. So we'll have to wait for the snow to get on the ground. So far, we got a little bit of bleed here, but I am not noticing, I guess, as far as any. We may need to scoot the width over. Maybe just a little bit. It is doing the clear area pretty good, I guess, as far as to apply the asphalt. It's just not clearing out all the foliage, I can tell. Alright, let's see how that did. We got any snow clipping in there? Oh, we still got a little bit of snow clipping in there, so we didn't move it over quite enough, I guess. Well, it wasn't quite enough. It's a little bit better, but it's not 100%. Yep, still clipping in there pretty good, so we still need to get that moved over a little bit. Okay. Not a big deal. Yeah, so the fact that it's kind of on an angle like that, it's kind of weird. Not really sure why it's on an angle like that, as far as the way it's, how it's doing that. So we'll just have to move that out a little bit. Give it a little bit more breathing room so it doesn't clip through the building. A little bit more adjustment is all. Not a big deal. Alright, cool. So that's a solid test. Let's go ahead. Woo! Come on, mouse. Don't do that to me. Let's get out of the game and we'll switch this back over and make another adjustment. Tweak it out. Okay. So we need to open up our barn object again and makes a little bit more adjustment on that. I could probably bring it out, you know, quite a bit more, I guess, as far as than what it is, instead of just nickel diming it. just to make sure that it's going to not clip through there. But all the more reason, that's usually what I like to do, is overshoot it quite a bit on the clear and leveling areas, just to make sure that it doesn't clip the snow or the foliage and all that stuff into the especially into the inside of the placeable. Okay, so we need to open this guy. It was a little bit better, as we noticed with that little bit of adjustment that we did. It was just wasn't enough is all. Okay. So again, we're going to use this as our main point. So 2 directions we need to adjust here. So we can already see how much we're overhanging, but yet it's still clipping. Like the way the snow is accumulating around there, the points of the snow is still clipping through the wall. So I'm going to bring this out quite a bit, still compensate that way, just to make absolutely sure that that snow's not going to clip. Plus it'll give us a little bit more clear and leveling areas around the building. Maybe even to get rid of that little bit of foliage that we had in front of the shed. And so we'll do the same thing this way, bring it out quite a bit. So what I'm doing is I'm using the side of the barn and where this is at to kind of determine how much that's going to clear out, which is going to be in between this. Alright, so that should be a pretty significant change there. And we'll check our width. Yeah, see how much closer, since we moved that start, and these are children, I guess, as far as this main transform, that's shoved that way over. So I'm going to take the same approach here. I'm going to move this out quite a bit just to make sure I know that it's not going to clip in there. We'll do that. And then on our height, do the same thing on this side of the building. Yep, see how tight we are on this point here right up against the building? I want to bring that way out like so. So this is the space that I'll consider, I guess, as far as for how much clear area that we'll have. So any foliage and how it puts the ground texture, which will be the asphalt that we have in the leveling area for our XML. That's the area it's going to determine. So from here to there. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and apply these same values to the other two. Alright, so we'll do the X. Move that over to here. And also onto the indoor. Cool. And then do the width. Oh, you know what? Let's get the Z on that one as well. So do the Z. We'll do these kind of in order, just so that we make sure we don't miss anything. There we go. And on the width. And lastly, the height. And keeping in mind, we don't want to confuse height, I guess, as far as width, how far from the ground. That's not how this one works. So it's length times width times height type of thing, as far as like square footage, that type of height. So we have the start point for that, you have our width, and then our height, which is the other direction of the start, where we start. So that's what determines our length, width, and height of our clear areas and such. So just not to get that confused with how far off the ground, as far as the only place that actually comes into play is on our test area, which is this height on the end, which we're not going to mess with. So that's where height actually comes into play here, as far as how far off the ground. That's the only place that actually is applicable, I guess, as far as when it comes to height. Even though we're in the end. Okay, so did I get these all changed out? So we got that one, and that one. So those are all good. So we got our width, and width. Cool. And our height, 17,205, 17,205, and 17,205. Nice. Cool. this should create a much better result, I guess, as far as on not only how it clears and levels the area, but also making sure that the foliage and the snow doesn't get inside of our building. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Save right over this. Yes, please, and we'll close that up. Alright, let's get this moved over. Actually, I didn't close out completely out of the game. My bad. Let's get this switched over. Okay, let's get some files moved over. Which is going to be this guy and that guy. Bring it right over to our map. Replace those, yes please, and we'll go into the game and check this one out. There goes nothing. So hopefully, if nothing else, you can see what's going on with the progress of the map, but also just to kind of understand, I guess, as far as what goes into setting these types of things, parameters, I guess, as far as to placeable. I've seen my fair share, I guess, of placeables that hasn't been applied. So the application, I guess, as far as of different things hasn't been executed properly. Did I get yeah, new save, new farmer, map? All right, cool. Just had to make sure I had the right stuff there. Check our devlog. Make sure we continue to not have any additional errors. What's everybody else up to? I guess, as far as I know, we got this going on over here, but what's everyone else up to? Is everybody getting dinner ready? I know I got some ideas, I guess, as far as for dinner, that's for sure. That is full show. Okay, so we didn't have any initial errors, which is always good. Confirm our character, which turn off the autosave. And let's place our shed. And shut that up. I want to get some game sounds going. Alright, so build mode, construction. Go right to the shed. Oops, I passed it. Ooh, and put it right there. That seems to be a good spot. So you can see how much better, actually only on the one side, but see how much better it's clearing out, I guess, as far as this side here, it still seems to be a little narrow in comparison to this side. That's kind of weird. How does it look on the back? Well, that's the front. Okay, got it. I forgot to spin it around. That's what I forgot to do. Okay. Seems to be a little bit more extreme on this side than it does that side. That's interesting. Okay. Not a terrible thing, but just something I'd take into account. Alright, let's go over here to the barn. So I guess I faced the back to us. I forgot to spin it around, but it's... The back side almost looks the same as the front. The dead giveaway is the rail that's on here that overhangs. This is the dead giveaway, I guess, as far as which way is the front, plus it has the light. Okay. Alright, let's see how we look here. So I don't see any of that overspray of ground foliage in there. Alright, let's open that gate. All that's working wonderfully. Let's bring on our magical powers and put some snow down. Okay, so we want to be in the heart of winter, which would be February. We got it on one day. Oh goodness, things are falling. Hold on. Okay, let's go to February. Yes, and we want it to be snowing, and add some snow on the ground. Cool. Let's see how we did here. I'm thinking this is probably going to be pretty decent. Just based on from what I can see on the clear areas. Definitely pretty good there. We're not getting a lot of that overspray on the inside of the building, so... Ooh, thunder snow. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but... Had a little bit of thunder snow going on. Right there, there's snow. And we have no more clipping of the snow or the foliage inside of our building. Nice. Very nice. So it is clipping through the door there, but that's a big deal. So we got, this is all cleared around here, around the back, and also this side. Cool. Maybe a little bit extreme on the back, but it's probably not too terrible. Probably ease up on the back side there, but well, not really that bad. It's all in an effort, I guess, as far as to make sure we don't have any on the inside of the building. So if we shut these, let's see what we look like with the door shut on the inside. And there we go. There you have it, folks. That is our shed. Pretty much 100% complete. Awesome. Good test. Very good test. Alright, let's get out of this. And I don't think I've got any more to show. The only I do have more of these buildings to get it set in as a placeable, so I might take a look real quick and see which other ones we can do. Some of which don't necessarily have doors. They're just very simple open style sheds. So we might take a look at that. Let's do that. So let's switch this on over and see what else we got. I was kind of saving a lot of this to last, but it's all those types of things that still need to be done, and so we're just going to go ahead and try and knock some of them out. Let's go back to farms. I got to do some cleanup in here real quick. So these two doors that we applied to the Gomez farm, we don't need those anymore. Got those all set into the Gomez farm there well enough. Okay. So we took a look at as far as what was at the Peter Wood farm. In fact, let me go ahead and open that one up. There was one building there that I don't have as an individual or standalone placeable. Let's take a look at that here. So if we open up the wood farm, get a sense of which one I was talking about. There's also one at the, I think it's the Roberts farm. Very nice open style type of shed that doesn't have any doors or animations or stuff like that to it. Okay, so the editor did open. Why didn't it open my Alright, I'm going to open up the wood farm. Peter Wood farm. Okay, so on this one here, one of the sheds that I do not have as a standalone placeable is this guy. So that is something else we can look into. Now, whether or not I want to include having the props in here, that's something that can be discerned or not if we want to include those. Let me put a plane in here real quick and see. So these props that are in there are in a separate translate. That's probably another fair mention. So those are in this translate, so it's completely separate from the actual open barn, which is which one is that? Oh. Okay, where is this object? This is the open shed. There it is. That's this one right here. The open shed. So this is in its own deal here. So if I did want to include these objects, I would have to include that or placeable as a separate deal, I guess. Which can be done. That's not a big deal. We could totally do that if we wanted to. Kind of thinking in my head, I guess, as far as how I want to do that. At least I want to get this open shed out there so we can have that as a separate placeable. I think that would be kind of cool. So this one has sides to it. Let's see what this is using. Good sides, and that's all reading from on Old Farm. Got it. Just taking note of where it's reading these textures at. So it is definitely on our, so the shed roof, that is from, of course, wait a minute. Make sure these are reading from the old farm directory, so that is reading from, let's go to our imports folder. It is reading from this directory right in here. Okay. Okay, so just to take note of that. A lot of these textures are going to get redone, I guess, as far as because they're not 100% in compliance, I guess, as far as with FS22. So they're still roughly in compliance with FS19. So as far as the new compression properties, I guess, as far as to it and so on, it hasn't been done yet. I guess as far as that, again, that's one of those things I've been saving for last. It's one of those things that still needs to get done. Doesn't necessarily take that long to do. It just needs. I just been procrastinating. I'll just put it simply. All right. So anyway, I was just taking note where those are reading from. So it does have slightly different scale on some of these parts to include that. So I might rescale that just to make sure it's all set to 1. Okay. Okay, so this is all 1. That one's okay. Got it. And roof. That's all 1. Okay, so some of it is scaled all to 1 and some of it is not. So one of the things I think about what I want to do, so let me go ahead and export this out. This is the open shed by itself. And we'll put that right into our sheds and barns directory. Let's do that. And work with it from there. We'll do another one, just much the same as we did as our 53 by 80 rebarn. We'll do this for this open shed. And we'll spit this out and just call it open shed. Do not have one named that. We do have an open barn, which a little bit different design, I guess, as far as it's on this keyword farm as well. So I got open shed, open barn. Okay, so that'll work. This is the name of the i3D that we'll have for this once we do use it for our standalone placeable. Yeah, I think that'll work. All right, so that should now be in our sheds and barns for placeables. So that should now be in here as an i3D for open shed, which is right here. Alright, so we'll need an XML for that. Let's see here. This one does not have any animated doors or anything, so I would probably use the same XML that I have for the open barn. Yeah, let's copy this one, we'll paste that. We'll rename this to open shed, and then we'll have to change some lines on it inside of this one, inside this XML. We'll do that. Cool. Now let's open up this. This one, we'll call this one open shed. Alright. We'll change our picture for that, so we'll just call this open shed. So we'll have to make another picture for this this item. Much the same as we did for our rebarn. Yeah, we'll leave it at 10 grand. This will be called open shed i3D. Alright. We do not have any animations to this one here, so we can leave that out there. Yep, so we don't have anything in here. Much the same as our open barn. Cool. Alright. I'm going to leave this open because we do still need to get our clear leveling and indoor areas, I guess, as far as applied to that. So I'll leave that open. These here I can close. We're done with those. Don't need to do anything more with those. We're on to something new. Okay, so let's close this out. Nope. Okay. I'll get back to this wood farm setting, I guess, as far as after we're done with some things here, but let's go ahead and open up this isolated deal here and see we got the proper orientation and such. Let's see what we got here. I don't know why that editor's taking so long to load. It's super slow. It is a Monday, and I get that. And I've been working it to death, I guess, as far, so I guess it's its way of telling me that it wants to be lazy. Oh, what's going on there, Blosh? I just happened to notice that first time chatter coming on there. Blosh? Is it Blosh? Ooh, appreciate the follow. Yeah. Appreciate the follow there, Blosh. Welcome on in. UK, so I'm assuming you are over in the UK based on the name. Hate to assume. Yeah, appreciate that follow. What are we making? Currently what we're doing now is we're making a standalone placeable built into our map. So yeah, just in the process of getting that reloaded here. Man, my editor's being a little bit finicky, so that's under that. Blosh, it's oh, okay, I gotta read that again. Bioshibi, got you. Thank you for the clarification on that. Very much apologize for that. Bioshibi, got you. Thank you for correcting, I guess, as far as my improper pronunciation, I guess, is of that name. Alright, so what we did, in one of our other placeables that we have, our dynamically loaded placeables, we need to isolate this shed so we can have it as a separate item in the store. So let's zero this out. And then I'm going to compare this to how we've got our rebarn that we just did earlier, just to see how it's all situated. Most people call you shibs. I can see where that comes from. Nice. I wish I could create stuff like this. It's kind of the reason why I tend to do this stuff. So some of those like yourself that maybe get a little bit gun shy, I guess, as far as with being able to do it. You know, I try to show, I guess, as far as easy as possible in layman's terms, the process that goes into it. It can be overwhelming if you let it, but it's really not that bad. So hopefully, you know, I can maybe remove some of the anxiety or the intimidation that might be behind doing these types of things. It's not 100% that hard if you give yourself a chance. There are some prerequisites for it there. You will have to have the Giants editor, which is freely available on the Giants developer network. Make yourself a free account there, download that freely. Absolutely nothing hard about that. But if you have something in a map that you like to be able to make into a placeable that isn't out there as a placeable, and you want to be able to put it on other maps, this is the approach that you would take to it. We need more British style stuff in Farm Sim, and yeah, that's why I joined the stream, so I can see it. Well, there you go. Hopefully you can learn something. So British style, I'm more on the US side of things, but I get what you mean as far as being from the UK to have some British style. I have not noticed anything, let alone in other maps, let alone what's available on the official mod hub for British style stuff. So I guess I see where you're coming from. Most of the stuff that I've been dealing with here are kind of American style. So the rebarn that I did earlier, which I'm going to bring in here right now, because I want to check the orientation of this thing. You'll get a sense of what type of buildings that we're dealing with here. And with all that being considered, regardless of what type of building that you're working with, the same process to get it into a standalone placeable is pretty much the same. Yeah, let me go ahead and import our rebarn that we just did earlier, which is this filler. Okay, so this one's oriented this way. Okay, so I may need to do a reorientation of this one. So I want to have it so that this is turned basically this way. Whoops, hold on. I want to be able to have it this way. So we're going to put this at a -90. And I'll be able to correct that rotation there so that we can have that back to 0 here in a second. So this is the orientation we want to have this barn. Do we? No, actually, now that I think of it, that's probably better. So we can see where the doors are on our rebarn. So actually that rotation, that orientation was probably okay. Yeah. So they're basically facing the same direction. So the way you get into the building, this way, and then also on our rebarn, which is through these doors. So actually that's probably not, you don't need to adjust that at all. That should work just fine. Cool. So I'm just using that as a reference, just as far as for that. So I know how to position this deal. Okay, cool. So this barn is in the proper orientation that we want it to be. Do you create textures too? In some cases, yes. So like for the rebarn that I just had in there, absolutely. See if I can bring those up real quick. So let me go to that. So the textures that we made for our rebarn, which I have in my sheds and barns deal here, would have been this feller. Oh, do I have those open still? Nope, we made our store image for that, that's right. I never did make a store image for our open shed yet, so I'll leave this open. We did some work on making our store image for our rebarn. But as far as textures go, yeah, in some cases. Sometimes there's textures that are already available in the game that I'll use those instead. Yeah, in some cases we do create some of our own textures. For that rebarn, we definitely did. So just bring that up here real quick. So I got this feller. Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh? Oh, for crying out loud. Alright, so let's, hate when my paint program does that. No problem. I'll do this. Just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on with it. You know, another thing I can do, hold on. I've got the raw PNG, I guess, as far as on my desktop. Let's do that. Let's do that. So here it is right here. Wait, is that the one? No, that was my old one. Oh, what did I do with that sucker? This is basically the same one anyway. So there's one texture that we did for our barn, and then I also have this guy. So if you find textures from other things, or even Googling stuff, you can turn those into an image. So this is two different orientations, as long as they're in a power 2. So in this case, this one's a 512 by 512. This one's a 1024 by 512. As long as they're in a power 2, they're usually good enough, I guess, as far as to use in on your model. Are these on Mod Hub for crossplay or just PC? These things here that I'm doing is more or less going to be for PC only. It's not on the Mod Hub, unfortunately. Giants has their own thing, I guess, as far as with getting things available on the Mod Hub. I do have one production that's on the official Mod Hub using the same processes that I'm using here, which is one of the potato productions. In fact, let me see if I do got that link down here. Let me bring up a link real quick and I'll show you, just to kind of give you an example. Most of the stuff I've been doing here for this map, I'm not considering it as far as to put it to Giants. They got some pretty strict guidelines as far as branding and licensing and stuff like that with items. So in an effort to not do that when submitting, let me see. Give me a second here. I thought I had it bookmarked right here. I guess I don't. I'll just give it. Yep, it does come up here. So here's the link, I guess, as far as to the potato production I put up on there, just to give you an idea of some of the stuff I have done besides this that I'm working on currently. Oops. Come on, Mod Hub. There you go. Yeah, let me put the link out here, and anybody else in chat too can check it out if they so wish. Hey, what's going on, Tiger? Yes. So here's the link on the little shameless plug, I guess, as far as for myself, with something I have officially submitted over to Giants. Assume you can make a mod and upload it willy-nilly. Oh, no. Absolutely not. So there are certain guidelines that Giants have you follow, I guess, as far as that they require. So like to make it 100% crossplay, for example, you can't have certain branding on the building or the placeable or whatever the case it may be. There's some guidelines that have to be followed. That's why it does take a while, I guess, as far as for it to get 100% certified, because they do test it on console as well as PC, and to ensure it doesn't have any unwanted or unnecessary licensing to it. So yeah, it's not just all willy-nilly, for sure. Yeah, we're good here, Tiger. Appreciate you stopping on in. This is a mod that I'm planning to use on my crossplay server. Oh, that one that I put the link in there? Cool. Hopefully enjoy it. It produces chips and potato chips. I can remember what I applied to there. I have made some changes to it since then, but most of it, the changes that I've done there, again, it comes with the branding and the licensing that Giants doesn't have. So otherwise, makes it Giants compliant, I guess, if you will. But yeah, cool. I hope you do enjoy that there, bio. Shibi, is it? Shibi, I think, as you mentioned there earlier. I hope you enjoy that potato production there. It's pretty simple. It's nothing really super complex. I've learned some new things, I guess, as far as since I released that back in however long ago that was. When was that anyway? That was a while ago. That was back in September of 22. Yeah, I've learned quite a few things, I guess, as far as since then. So yeah, you're trying to maximize the server. It's going to be mod heavy, however, it means that every farm will be different. See, and that's cool. That's kind of the approach I'm taking with the design of the Dairyland 4X that I'm creating. A lot of flexibility and versatility into it. Every farm is a different layout, and what I'm in the process of doing at this point and showing is to make the individual items on all those dynamically placed farm layouts individually placeable. So that's the approach. That's where I'm at right now with it. It's just something that has needed to get done, and I've been saving it for the very end, and I just need to stop procrastinating about it. So that's why we're getting into it. So we've already gotten quite a few things already placeable, and we've been playtesting it to make sure that all these things are working as expected as we move along. So this is just another example of a placeable, a standalone placeable I'm creating for the map. These are all going to be built into the map as far as to be able to be exclusive, I guess, as far as to the map build. But yeah. So if you're wanting to learn, if you want to stick around and learn a little bit as far as how to make your own standalone placeables, then you're in the right place, because that's kind of what I'm in the process of doing at the moment. So one thing I am still noticing I need to fix on this is the scale on it. It's not 100% at 1. So what I'm going to do is fix that. Yeah, so see how these are not at 1? So I'm going through all these just to make sure that it's going to be okay to take this main transform for the whole thing. So it's got separate sides, frame, and our roof under this main translate. So what I should be able to do pretty safe and securely, go into freeze translates, and I'm going to reserve the instances, I guess, as far as first scale, and then it'll just put those all to 1. There we go. Now if I go into here, check all that, make sure that's all solid. Oops. Do that there. So wait a minute, this does not have rigid body. Did I do that on purpose? I'm just looking here. So this does have rigid body, so this does have collision. The roof does not? Did I do that on purpose? I might have. There are certain things that I have removed collision from. The one thing that does bug me, something stupid, is when you put a piece of equipment in there and it'll fit through the opening, and when you get it inside, especially if you maybe, I don't know, tip it inadvertently or whatever like that, that'll actually hit that collision. And then before you know it, I guess, as far as your piece of equipment is just spazzing out, I guess, as far as inside your building. So one of the things that I did on this roof was to remove the collision on there. That way, if you do inadvertently, once you get it in there, as far as to push to tip your trailer or something, whatever, and clips that roof, it's not going to spaz the piece of equipment out. I think I'm going to leave it that way, actually. I think I'm absolutely going to leave it that way. Okay. Oh, it's always fun, I guess, as far as to come back and reflect on what we did to the design of these buildings. Going back there. So, yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, cool. So that's all back to 1. So our main translate, our sides, our frame, and our roof. That's all good to go. Sweet. Alright, so this is going to be a really simple one. Little tip your let's see, I'll tip your trailer if you want. Tiger. Such a funny guy. What are we up to besides just giving me heck there, Tiger? Anyway, yeah, this is going to be probably a pretty simple, very, very, very simple place. It doesn't have any animations for the doors or anything like that we had on our rebarn. So yeah, this is going to go pretty swiftly. So I just did the scale. We're good on that. We're going to go ahead, save that up for now. Just for prosperity. So that's going to be our open shed. Alright, so we already made some changes to the XML of this, which I based it on another placeable, and just changed some of the things that we need to comply it with our new open shed that we're currently working on. We will need to add our clear, leveling, and indoor areas, just like we did in our rebarn. We did some testing, some play testing on there to confirm that everything turned out solid there. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do, let me bring in that rebarn again real quick and just actually what I might do is open up the open barn. Yeah, let me do that. Let me do an import, and I'm gonna bring in this feller. Let's see how I did this one. Okay, I see what I did. So this is another standalone placeable that we created earlier. So I'm just taking a look at how we did this. So I think what I will do is I'll make a visuals like that. We'll do open shed visuals, and then we'll put in our clear. Okay, I got it. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. So when I'm basically looking at it, how I did the previous one there that I just had imported there, just to kind of compare how I got the structure of it. So what I want to do with this one is I'm going to create a new translate, or I'm going to call this one open shed as well. This is going to be our top main transform. It'll make sense here as I build it. Okay, so we'll put this to the very top. Whoop, why did you not go to the top? You son of a gun. Okay, I'll just do it this way then. We're going to force the issue. There we go. So I want that to the very top. And then with inside this one here, I'm going to create another new translate. Alright. And we're going to call this one visuals. It'll make sense, I guess, as far as I build this here. Put that and put that into here. Okay. I'm just creating some clarity, I guess, as far as within the scene graph as I build this. You absolutely do not have to do it 100% the same way that I'm doing it. This is just the structure that I like to follow, and it follows much the same way as the way Giants has designed a lot of their simple placeables. Alright, so now I'm going to take this feller, cut that, and put it into the visuals. Now from here, what I can do is add all my clear, leveling, indoor within this same translate, but above the visuals. I won't have to touch these visuals any further. And I already have those already pre-exported out to be able to apply in here, just like we did our rebarn earlier. So let's do import. I got these fellers, we'll bring them all in, so do clear. And what these translate here do, based on the XML, one will clear the area, one will level it and put the proper texture, I guess, as far as on the ground upon leveling. Another one will mask the area as far as where the snow will not accumulate, and another one will set the tone as far as like when you're placing it down, will it be interfering with anything else that you're trying to put it down. So every translate that I'm putting in here at this point has a function, a certain function to it, and they're 100% required for the placeable to work properly. So we'll do paste that one in, and we want to put this above our visuals, yep, and then we'll bring the rest of them in. So we got our leveling. I skipped over to the indoor last time. I gotta remember to make sure to bring that one back in still. Put that into our main transform. Move that up. So there is a certain position I want to have these in so they line up with this XML that we have structured here. So I want them to be in these particular nodes. That's another reason why I'm putting in them specifically in that order. Trying to eliminate, I guess, as far as some of the busy work that needs to be done to it. Alright, so we'll do indoor. Okay. Put that into the main translate. Now, these I've already preset. These I've kind of made myself, you know, just to kind of set it up so when I'm doing these simple placeables, you can grab pretty much any clear level and indoor area from any placeable. From anything from, you know, the Giants models or anything like that. I've just made these my own, I guess, as far as, because I'm going to have several of these standalone buildings that are built into the map to apply to. So I've got these ready to go within my directory for those individual shed and barn placeables, just to kind of make it easier for me to get to, so I don't have to keep opening up a Giants model, exporting all those out. They're all readily available to me. It's a little bit of a suggestion, I guess, as far as if you're going to do several of these buildings as a standalone. It kind of takes some of the time spent, I guess, as far as doing that. Okay, so we got our clear level indoor, so we need our test area and our tip occlusion. I'll get these all in the proper order, I guess, as far as here in a second. I'll be able to look at my XML to determine that. Alright, so test areas, I'll put that there. And also tip occlusion. So that one's right here. So yeah, see, I got all these readily available for me to just import those into my placeable, I guess, as far as instead of having going into a Giants model. I just made it easier on myself in that regard. So tip occlusions. It's a little bit of a suggestion if you're going to do this type of thing, I guess, as far as with something that's in a map that you export out and then want to be able to make a standalone placeable. Let's paste that and move that up. Cool. Now, what I want to do, so this one, clear area, I know is at the very top, so that's going to be 0, 0. That's this section right here, so it's all at 0, 0. So level area will be at 0, 1, which is this one. That's in the right spot. Indoor area is going to be 0, 2. 0, 2, and I'm looking at this value right here based on that translate. Test areas is going to be 0, 3. So that's test area, that's good. And tip occlusion is going to be 0, 4, which is these right here. So that needs to be 0, 4, 0 respectively, and that's what that's going to be. Sweet. So all those are in the right order. Now it's just a matter of setting these points in compliance with our placeable. So right now they're not going to be where they need to be. So okay, so that one's there. Where's our width? Is over there, and our height is over there. Sweet. So we need to adjust these. So we're going to make this corner our start. This is where it gets a little bit tedious to apply this. We did have to make a couple adjustments on our rebar to ensure that we didn't have, that it was going to clear and level the area, as well as to keep the snow out of the outside of our building. So this part here is definitely a little bit tedious, and you'll probably find yourself going back and forth into the game to test it out to make sure that you've got them where they need to be. Alright, so let's go from this direction. Let's line that up. We're going to overshoot this a little bit, just like we did the rebarn, to make absolutely sure that it's not going to show up on the inside, and it levels and clears the area out efficiently. Okay, so we definitely need to move it this way. Line that up this way. Why do I have so much? Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. So we need to move this closer to that corner. Give me a second. Oh my. Right, so it is zeroed out, just making sure. Up this way. This, like I said, this part here can be a little bit tedious to do to get that in the right spot. What does help, when I've come to find it does help, go from all sides and make sure that it's lined up properly. Don't worry about my mouse, it's being a little bit wonky. What we're trying to do is get this point right here, that I got my mouse pointer at, into that the corner of the shed. And it's not being very cooperative, to be honest. Why do I have so much? I zeroed that out, did I not? Hold on a second. That's 0. I zeroed that out. Okay, that's fine. I shouldn't have to zero those out, I don't think. Hold on a second. Let me put a plane in here real quick. Putting a plane in here helps a lot of times too. It kind of lets you know, I guess, as far as where ground zero is at. So let's do that actually. This is something that you can totally apply right within Giants Editor. So if all else fails, you can always add a plane. There it is right there. So we can kind of stretch this out like so. That is up in the air, I'll be damned. Okay, so... Okay, so that's why it's being so troublesome. So this is ground zero. So consider, if you will, if you had a nice flat level area in your map, this is what that would represent. So the fact that this is why I'm struggling so bad, I guess, as far as to get these clear areas and whatever in place. This building is up in the air. So what I need to do is now it's very tempting, I guess, as far as to go ahead and take this main translate and move that down, right? And that would be first and foremost what you would want to do. But at the same time, I want to keep this main translate at 0, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this down like this and get it onto that plane. And there's another step I'm going to have to do to get that, make sure that these pieces here are still going to remain as 0. It'll make sense here once I get done. So all I'm doing right now is bringing that main translate for all this whole building, this whole shed, down to this plane. So that's at ground 0. I don't want to keep that at 0. So there's a couple different ways I can go about it. I can... It's also very tempting to take the freeze translates and just do it that way. Keeping in mind, though, that if I do that, it's going to affect all these translates that are inside of this. So I don't necessarily want to do that if I can help it. Right? So in order to combat that, I'm going to take note of this translate that's right here for this, and then make a new translate. Create a new translate. I see this happen all the time with different placeables, as far as how they'll just take, they're quick to go to that freeze translate to just move it back down to 0, and not taking into account that it will affect everything within that translate. So, oh, Tiger got spanked. Yeah, no swearing in here. Sorry about that. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely no swearing in here. We tend to keep it relatively PG-13, I guess, as far. That's fine. Everybody gets a lesson taught there. That's all it does is just purges it for a second, just to kind of let you know that's you're fine. You're good. Anywho, getting back to what I was doing here, it's very quick. For most, I guess I just want to go ahead and either leave that way or to go to the freeze translate and go this route to freeze the translate on there. Don't do that, because what you're going to end up doing is affecting all this, especially if you've got animated doors, which we don't have in here. So I don't know how else I can say this. Try not to, whenever you have a main translate, to use that freeze translate, I guess, as far as to not affect all these children, I guess, as far as that main translate. It's not a good idea to do that. So I'm going to make a new transform here. That'll be at 0. Right? So you can see where that's located, like this. This one is not. So the only way I've got that one at. So what I can do here now is actually take this, bring it down to that same level. And what I should be able to do, if it works like I'm expecting it to, it should be fine. So I want to copy this value into here, like that. And if I do, it's probably not going to work the way I was thinking, but let's try it. So we'll go to translate, turn that off. Boom. I didn't think it was going to work. So it moved it right back up to where, son of a gun. Alright, so it's probably not going to do what I want it to do. The other thing I can do, now that I've confirmed that didn't work, so I just used this separate translate. So it's basically the same as this main translate here. I wanted to see how that would affect that. Now the fact that it scooted it back up when I froze the translate, I know that way is not going to work. So I've made that determination. So the other thing I can do is take this value and actually, which is on the Y, and I can apply these same values, add it to this here. That way I know I can put that in the proper place. Okay, so with that being said, I didn't mean to close that translate, so I got ahead of myself there a little bit. So let me reestablish that transform. Alright, so we're going to leave that right at 0. And then I'm going to take this value, once again, and actually apply that to these. So what I need to do is add that to this value, each one of these on the Y. That'll bring it down to where it needs to be as far as to be at 0 in the main transform. Okay, so this one here was at a negative value, actually. Which one was at a negative? No, this one we'll put it at a negative, got it. Okay, so give me my trusty dusty calculator, and we're going to paste this value that we copied, and we're going to add that to 1.355, and that gives me this value. So that's where I need to set that one at, first to get it to 0. Oh, I know what step I read. So I want to take these. So I got to do a little bit more work than I expected in there, even though it's pretty simple. I don't want to be tempted, I guess, as far as use that trees transform. So I want to take this. Hold on. It's not really that complicated. I'm making it more complicated. I don't want it to make it more complicated. It's really not that complicated. So we need to paste these into here. Now we've got our new translate that is set at 0. This is what we're trying to accomplish here, get it set to 0 without having it this way. So now what I can do is take these sides and frame, so you can see where that's at as far as how further up in the air it is. As I move these, so as I adjust these translates, it's going to put it in that position that I want it to be in. Alright, so now we can copy this value from my calculator like this. You won't be able to have to do this with every single type of placeable. It just happens to be the case with this one. See how that moved that down? So I can do the same thing on these. Take this value, that's where I want it to be, and apply it to this one. Actually, I need to do some math. So I paste that into here, and then add that to this value, 8.351. 8.351 equals. So I need that value, so copy that value and paste that to here. That's going to move that down. You get the point? Cool. This is the, in my absolute opinion, this is the way you want to reset the translates, I guess, as far as for whenever you have that, like what we're experiencing there, as far as the item is well above, I guess, as far as ground zero, this is how you want to go about it. Don't be tempted to use that freeze translate. It's not a good idea. Yeah. So hopefully that does make sense, I guess, as far as I do. Create yourself a new transform, just like I have here. Put your different pieces in there, adjust it accordingly, I guess, as far as to get them all. But to keep them uniform, as far as putting them down and much the same, at the same level, not just grabbing it, which you could totally do that too, as far as just to grab it like this and drag it down. You can do it that way. I'm more precise, I guess, as far as to making sure that it's absolutely where it needs to be, instead of fiddling with just the translate in here. You could totally just move it this way to get it into position. That takes too much time. So what I like to do is determine how much further down it needs to be in a group, and then apply that same value by just doing a little bit of math. Get our calculator out and apply it based on the translate that's already there. Add it or subtract it as appropriate, as far as in this case we needed to add it to it to bring it down. So far that seems to be working. So let's grab that value again. So we need the same value that we did for the other two, and then we need to do some math on our roof. Alright, so we'll bring our calculator up, clear that out, we'll paste our value in, add 12.241. 12.41. There's our new value, so we copy that value and paste it to our roof, and that'll bring that down. So now I can be rest assured that each one of those is going to be brought down the same amount as all the pieces in there. So now we got that down to where we need it to be at ground zero. So we can basically disregard this here. We can totally chunk that out, and this is going to be our new open shed. Actually, we can rename that at this point. So do open shed. Voila. Now we can put that into position in our visuals translate. Cut that, paste that right back into here, and it's going to be exactly where we need it to be. Ta-da! Now we'll have a better way of being able to get our clear areas and such into place. I was kind of wondering, the fact that it wasn't allowing me to put it exactly on that corner. I kind of figured something was going on there. But that's the way to also to figure out if your item is at ground zero enough, is to put a plane in here. Just stretch it out, put it at whatever scale you feel is necessary, and then if it's not, then just follow the procedure that I just explained there. Hopefully that does help out, I guess, as far as in that. I will guarantee you though, if I wouldn't take these steps that I did there when I tried to place that down, if I were to buy that item in the store without adjusting it the way I did, it would be up in the air. So you would have that same amount of gap on the bottom of the shed. When you were to buy it in the store in the build mode, when you place it down, it would actually have that gap in there too. So that was all the reason. So even as simple as this building is, it had a little bit of lift to it from ground zero, so we had to do all that. Definitely proved positive. So we can actually use this plane still if we wanted to our advantage. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. This is another way I figure out how to get the size of the building. So just a little bit more clarity. Hope I'm not confusing too many people, because that's not my intention here. Hopefully you are learning something. I know I tend to go off on tangent there. If at any time you have any questions about what I'm doing, definitely don't feel afraid to ask. I think I might have scared some people off though. I have a tendency to do that sometimes. Alright, so this is another way, I guess, as far as I kind of determine how big buildings are, or just overall placeable. So if I need a size, I can line this up like so, and scoot that over a little bit. Okay, so this building is roughly not quite 31 meters by 17 meters. So in feet, let me do a meters to feet here. Look, it's whatever that is in feet. I got my trusty dusty meters to feet. I don't need a size for this shed necessarily, but just to confirm. Oh my goodness. I had shed on the brain, so I put shed instead of feet. Such a dummy. Okay, so if we wanted to determine the feet, how many feet length and width this thing is, it's 30.739. 793. So it's basically 100 foot long by 17,152. 17,152 by about 56 feet wide. So it's 100 foot this way and it's 56 foot this way. If we wanted to have a measurement, I guess, as far as for that. That's another good way to use planes, the simple planes in there. These values that show up right here is in meters. All you have to do is convert it to feet, and it'll give you the size of your building. In that regard. So that's another quick little tool to use. Okay, now that we got our shed where it needs to be, we need to get back into setting our clear areas and such. So let's go back up to that. Yeah, this is much better. Much more better. Okay, so now if we put it this way, let's get this thing lined up where it needs to go. So I do want to have a little bit of overhang on this, just like we did figure out with our rebarn. We do want to have a little bit of overhang to it, just to ensure it'll clear and level, and also keep the snow out of the inside of our building. I'm going to kind of let that float out here a little bit like that. We'll do our width. Okay. Oh, that's way too far out, so let's bring that in a little bit. Let's go about there. So we do have a little bit of overhang on this building too, so it'll kind of compensating for that too. Have a little bit of overhang and overshoot on those clear and leveling areas. So our height, that definitely needs to go over. So what we're lining up here, just to kind of summarize, is this little main point here. That's what we're using as a guide, I guess, as far as for. So basically, this area from this point to the edge of the side of our barn, that's where it's going to clear, level, and create that snow mask. So we won't have any snow in this area. So no snow, no foliage. It'll clear out the foliage and put down that ground texture, I guess, as far as around our shed. All within this area from here to there. So it's the same thing will work this way too. So from here to there. This will all be clear, level, and no snow. Okay, so now we got that one set. We can apply, the same translates to our level and indoor. Let's do that. Let's open these up, expand these all out. Yeah, so it's like once you get the first one set, that's pretty much what sets the stage, I guess, as far as for how you apply it to the other three. So each one of these has their own function. They're very unique, I guess, as far as in their function, I guess, as far as what they do. So they each have a different task, I guess, as far as that. So that's why they're important. So we'll apply this to level. Set that guy, and also our indoor area. Like so. Now we'll get the width. Is over there. Copy this value. Paste this into here. Set them all the same. Okay. And then our height. Not to be confused with how far off the ground on this one. At least anyway. That's not what this height means. Okay, so there. Alright. Did I get that right? Wait, that's not right. What did I do? 31. Did I copy the wrong one? Hold on. I need this value. Oh shoot, what did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Yep, I definitely did something wrong. Hold on a second. So start. Oh, I didn't get the Z on that yet, that's why. Whoops, I got ahead of myself. So I need this value. I need to copy the Z in this one too. That's what I missed. Got a little bit ahead of myself is all. It happens sometimes. There we go. Now we got our width. Those are all good. Height. And this one I still need to change. Yep. Alright, so let's recopy this value. Get this height. There we go. So all those are good. So we got our start, level, and clear. Those are all good there. And we got our width. Those are all be right there. Width and width. And our height. Whoops. Height and height. Cool. So all of our clear, level, and indoor areas are good. Now we need to do our test area. And we can set that start the same as this start. Copy these values. Goes to that. And our Z. Whoop, wrong one. Test area start. Okay, and then we will use the Z for that as well. Okay. A little bit of copy pasta at this point, that's about it. Once you get the one set, then it becomes pretty simple. Alright, so that's our test area, so it'll start off in this corner. Wait a minute, I messed something up here, hold on. What did I mess up there? Oh, I put the, oh my goodness, I copied the wrong value. What the heck did I do? This value on the X. Yep, I put the same value on both X and that's not good. Okay, so there we go. So there's our test area, that's our start test area. Now we want to go to the opposite corner, kitty corner, I guess as far as to this for our end, to also include the height. You know, the height off the ground. That's the only one that'll be involved, I guess, as far as with that type of height. So our end, we want to be over here. So we can use the width value, so that Z, onto this, we use that as the Z value. Gotta move it there. And then the height value, we can use this X for the X on this one. Whoops. Yep, so now the only thing we need to adjust is the height. And still got the plane in here? Yes. So we'll move the plane up like so. That's going to help us determine where that needs to be, so we have something actually to apply that test area into as far as the height. So we want to get this little dot up to that corner. Once we got our plane lined up to our peak here. Something right about, it doesn't have to be exact either, just as long as it's in the ballpark. So right about there, maybe a little bit down, a little bit more. If you go a little bit more, it's not going to hurt it any. But these areas, as I explained earlier, help the, when you're in the build mode, it helps the placement of it, I guess, as far as if you've got anything else in the within the vicinity of this item that you're trying to place, it'll use these test areas to say like, nope, you got something in the way, and it'll give you that message that it's colliding with another object, for example. Alright, so we got that all done. Now we can apply these same translates to the tip occlusion. So the tip occlusion, we don't want to mess with that, just the start and the end. We can apply the same values as we have on the test area. We'll paste that. That one is the Z. Like so. So that's our start for tip occlusion, which is the same as our test area. So this is what's going to create the non-included or occluded, I guess, as far as area to be able to tip. So as far as if you wanted to dump your product, I guess, as far as from your trailer, it won't be able to do that inside of this building, inside of the shed. That's basically what this does. If you wanted to be able to dump inside of the shed, you would uninclude, I guess, as far as you could leave the translate in here, but just leave it empty in the translate here in your XML. You would just leave this area here blank. Still include, I guess, as far as the tags for it, just don't put anything in this spot right there if you did want to be able to tip into this shed. In this case, we do not want to be able to, so I'm including the tip occlusion area. Okay, so for our end, we'll apply the same thing as our test area. The only thing we don't need to include is this height. That's only applicable, I guess, as far as to the test area. Okay, so we'll do paste. And also RZ. Cool. So that is all what we need to have in there. So that's all in there. And we got them all set up. We already checked that to make sure that they were in those proper node locations for the clear level and so on. So yeah, other than having to make a little adjustment to the height of the shed based on ground zero, this one's pretty much done. Now we got to do a little bit more XML work, I guess, as far as that. Let's get our plane out of there. That's about the as short and sweet as I can make it, I guess, as far as to create something into a standalone placeable. Hopefully that does help somebody, or at least appreciate it, what goes into the process of it. I just realized we just surpassed 420. Cheers, anybody that is. Okay. Man, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Man, we got a lot done though. We got at least 2 buildings. We got our doors done. We did some tweaking on the rebarn, and also got into doing another one there. So I'm definitely getting some. I'm feeling pretty productive today. Very accomplished in comparison to Saturday. Very much appreciative of that. Alright, so I just need to make sure that I do have rigid body in these parts. Yep. So that didn't change. That's good. Sweet business. Alright. So we can save this up as our open shed. Make sure I'm saving over the right one. Okay, and then just to confirm that we do have that right name in here. So this is in our XML. We want it to point to that particular i3D that we just saved. The only thing I did not do yet is to make a sort picture. I'll go through the same process that we did for the rebarn for this open shed. So let's apply some lighting, like so. Oh, this is going to be rough because a lot of this shed here is going to blend into the background. There's no way for me to change the background color, unfortunately. So what I might try to do is just adjust the light a little bit so that it doesn't blend in too much with the background. Let's see here. Let's try something like that, just to give it a little bit darker tone, I guess, as far as to that. Let's see how this turns out. So if I do snipping tool. Okay, we'll grab a picture of that. Copy that. And we'll paste this into our paint program and make a new store image. Let's see what we got. Let's see how this flood fills. Got a feeling this might be pretty rough. Oh, that's not actually as bad as I thought it would be. So if I turn the tolerance down just a little bit, we got a little bit of that flooding into areas that I don't want it to. Let's turn that tolerance down just a tad. That's a little better. Okay, we'll turn it down a little more. Oh, that's perfect. I don't think I can do it any better than that. Sweet. Alright, so let's, what size is this image? In fact, what I should be able to do, this is another approach that you can take to it. Instead of the previous approach I took, this is just another approach. So I'm going to make this a layer, and then with our magic wand, use this tool, I turn this tolerance down just a little bit. You should only be able to pick up that magenta color, and then just spank that out. That's another approach you can take other than... So that's a couple of different ways, I guess, if we're going about to isolate just your piece that you want as your store image. So now I can take this and I automatically crop it down into a new image. So there was that. We don't need this anymore. We're good to go on that. Now we can take this and put it into our new store image. So we want to create a new image, 512 by 512. Okay. And then we can conform this to that. 641, so let's imagery size, let's do this one 500 by 250. Then I'm keeping maintaining the aspect ratio so it doesn't stretch it, anything like that, so that should work good. Copy that, paste that into our store image. New layer, cool. And just like I showed before, you want to put this towards the bottom, like so. Close to the bottom as you can without clipping your image, I guess, as far as below it. So you don't want to go like this low. Close enough, like so. Okay, so much the same way we did our rebarn in this image over here. Okay, so now we can apply our store icon. Whoops. Put this guy in there, so we'll do copy. Man, I got images all over the place. Yeah, so my work area is getting a little bit sloppy, but it's been sloppier, that's for sure. Right, so we got that in there. It's cool. Let's get my alignment blocks out. Take that one out. Take this one out. And then we'll go ahead and flatten this one down. Merge, visible. Now we'll save this. Now we need to run this through the texture tool, so I'm going to make a PNG out of this, and I need to copy the name of that. That should be in our XML. We need this name right here. Is the name of our store image. You gonna head to bed? Oh, I thought you maybe already went to bed. Appreciate you sticking around there, Tiger. I kind of figured you might have been dozing off, and that's totally understandable. I appreciate you sticking around as long as you could. Hopefully I helped you go to sleep. I'm good at that. Okay, where are we? So we copied the name of our store image, and we're going to put that right in here. Paste. Nice, as a PNG, and then we'll have to run that through our texture tool, which is right here. So go to our desktop. And we should have that right here. So our open shed, we'll just run that right through our texture tool, let it do its thing, and we'll be able to put that into our map. So that one's good. Where to put that? There it is. We'll cut that out of here, minimize all that, and put that into, oh, wrong directory. So we need to go placeables, sheds and barns, and right into here. Cool. So I'm gonna refresh that, sort that all out. So now we got our new image. It gets as far as for our open shed, which it'll apply based on how we've got it defined here in our XML. So that should be good to go. We're all good to go there. So now we can save our XML. We left this at 10,000 in the store, so it'll work. Save this. And we already saved this up previously. We just kept it open, I guess, as far as to make our store image, so we're good there. No, I don't want to save it that way. Alright, so we got our i3D or our standalone placeable as well as our XML. We're all good to go. Just that simple. Okay. Now all we got to do is get this moved over to our map mod directory. And now, again, this one does not dynamically load into the map. It's only going to be in the store. So before I get too ahead of myself like I did last time, we do have an edit to make to our store items. So let me go ahead and open that one up. We got to go navigate over to our store items. We have to list it in here, otherwise it will not be made available, I guess, as far as for us to purchase in the store. So we'll put that one right after our open barn. That'll work. So we'll just copy this line. Just to make sure I get the right XML, I'm going to go right back into here and copy the name of that XML. I've made that mistake before, I guess, as far as to just be like, yeah, I know that's the way I name it, as far as my capitalization and so on. So I always make it a point to always come in here and grab the name of it this way. That way I know absolutely for sure I've got the right name to the XML. And that goes for any of them. So now we got our bar. So these are all the items so far that are going to be available in the store. There's quite a few more I still got to do, much the same fashion. And they go pretty quickly. I know I'm taking a little bit longer, I guess, as far as explaining things, but you kind of get the idea, hopefully, I guess, as far as of what the process is as far as to get those made as a standalone placeable. Okay, so we need to save this. And we can actually close that too. Let's close this. We're done with that. Now we just need to get some stuff moved over to our map directory over in our game. So let's get this switched over. Alright, so let's get some stuff moved over here. Alright, so my one, keep pulling my one earbud out of there, just driving me nuts. Adjust here real quick here. So. Alright, that's better. Alright, cool. So now we're over here, ready to move some stuff over. Okay, so we need to be in our sheds and barns, yep. So we need to get our new open shed, which is this, and also our store image. Is this one. Copy that one over to our map directory in our mods folder. Yep. Make sure I'm putting that in the right place, because if we don't, obviously we're going to have bigger problems. Alright, so then we also need to move over our store items XML, which is in this folder. Let's go over to here. Definitely another important step if we want to have that visible and available in our stores to adjust that store items XML. Alright, so we need to move that one over to here. Yes, please. And now we should be able to test this in the game. Let's see how we did. Let's go test it out, shall we? This is always the fun part. You know, once we get the things done, we can test it out in game, see how it's all working out. And these are all things that I've been needing to have to get done, but I kind of had an idea of, you know, how long it was going to take to do these, so I've been saving these, procrastinating even, I guess, as far as about it, so. It's not an excuse, but it kind of is. It kind of is, but it kind of isn't, I suppose. Alright, so once we get it loaded up here in the game, we will test out the placement of this thing. So far, no other additional errors, which is always a good sign. Love it when it loads in nice and quick like that. Alright. From our character, let me turn off background music so we can get all the game ambient stuff. Alright, let's turn off our automatic save. Now let's go into the store. And we're here at our main farm. Going to build mode, construction. It'll be right under sheds, just like all of our other buildings. And there she be. There's our open shed. So let's make sure we don't have any errors. No errors. So it loads in with no warnings or errors. That's always good. And we'll put that bad boy over here. Ta-da! There she be. Clear areas and all that seem to be working fantabulous. So we'll test some with some weather here, I guess, as far as to make sure. So we definitely learned, I guess, as far as from the rebarn, the previous placeable that we did, I guess, as far as to kind of overshoot the clear areas and such just a little bit, so you can see how this is working out. Looking pretty good. Yeah, we'll put some snow onto this here and see how that works. Yeah. That looks pretty great. Let's also take a look at snow. So let's invoke some snow here and see how that looks. Okay, let's go straight into February. That is the heart of winter, I guess, as far as for Farm Simulator 22. Let's make it snowing and also add some snow on the ground. Cool, so we can kind of see all the aspects of this building. Cool. One thing I'm looking for is it doesn't have the snow. Wait, is it snowing through the... Is it? Kind of snowing through. That's weird. So the fact that I don't have the rigid body like I was showing earlier to the roof, you can see how the snow is actually coming through the roof. That's about the only downside to it. We could probably add that collision back in there if we wanted to. I may reconsider that because there is still collision into these beams, for example. So, oh, so there's the snow on the ground. So I'm not seeing any snow inside of our building. That's definitely good. So yeah, we got a nice buffer all the way around our building. Nice. Very nice. That works out pretty good. I like that. That turned out pretty good. Yeah, so other than the fact that we don't have the collision on the roof, so it's allowing the snow come through here, it's not accumulating on the inside. So we could take the initiative, I guess, as far as to apply the collision back to the roof so that we won't have the snow coming through if we wanted to. Because like I said, these beams here do have collision into them. We could probably take the collision off the beams here if we wanted to and restore, I guess, as far as the collision to the... That's something we can consider, I guess, as far as later, but for now, this placeable's pretty much done. Turned out pretty good. Alright, cool beans. So we're getting pretty good at this stuff. Alright, let me go ahead and switch this over and see what else we can do. I may try to do maybe one more. Probably got about another half an hour in me. Let's just see what we got here. So let's close completely out of the game there. I think I got another one in consideration. We're doing the same process that we just did with that open shed. So let's take a look and see what we got here. Alright, so that open shed is pretty much good to go. Made that image, the store image. So some of this stuff I'm going to close out. We don't need a lot of this anymore. We've been able to confirm all those are good to go. Yep, so we can close some of this stuff out. Just to kind of show some of the processes that go into making the store images as well. Okay, we don't need this one either. Alright, cool. Just gotta clean up the workspace there a little bit. Now, let's see what else we got. I should have probably took a spin around, I guess, as far as on the map there to see that. I know there's plenty more buildings similar to the last two that we just did that definitely are in consideration, I guess, as far as to make one of them that comes to my mind. I mentioned the Roberts farm earlier. Let me see here. We gotta go back into our farms. and go to yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Roberts Farm. Let's load this one up. There's another open style shed that has no animations to it. That would be pretty simple to do. There's also another one on the Roberts Farm here that's a little bit more. I don't even know if I'm going to make that a placeable. Still haven't 100% decided. Yeah, let's open up the Roberts Farm here. There's one in here for sure that I probably want to tackle. So farms, Roberts, and it's going to be this guy right here. A little bit different design, I guess, as far as to the construct of this one here. I want to see how this one. Is there anything that we're going to need to do to prep it? So this one's just a machine shed. Okay, so that one's all set to scale 1. Let's have some, okay. Taking a look here. So we got that one's scale 1, scale 1, scale 1. Okay, that looks good there. And it's looking at, so it's using, okay, so it's got a different, okay, so that's why it's in different parts here, because it's got different textures applied. Okay, I see. This might be a good candidate. Yep, this would be another next good candidate. Now, this has got the same construct as we did the other open shed. This one's considered a machine shed. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and export this guy out. Yeah, let's export this out. Much the same process as we did with the other two barns that we had. We're just going to put this right into our sheds and barns. Sheds and barns. And then this one, we'll call this one machine shed. Okay. Spit that one out. Cool. And then we should not need any of this anymore for now. Alrighty then. So now we can open that up separate in our sheds and barns. Like so. And that one should be in here as machine shed. There it is. Alright. Let's open this up and see what we got. Now I know I'm going to need to zero it out. Because the translate that's going to have on it is to have it in position for that particular farm layout. So appreciate all those that are sticking around. I guess as far as help keep me company. I would be working on this regardless. I figure I would like to kind of showcase, I guess, as far as the progress that's going on with the Dairyland map, if nothing else. Alright, so our machine shed is right there. Well, there she be. Now, we need to zero this out. And I'll actually bring in one of our other, so now that we got it zeroed out, let's move this up. Alright, now let's bring in even our open shed that we just did, and we'll determine, so that's proper orientation. So you can see how much smaller this one is. It actually fits inside of this one, so it's a little bit different construct. Same idea with it though. It gives you kind of an idea. So that orientation for that one is good in comparison. Let's check the level. Do we need to bring it down like we did the open shed? Let's create a plane. And let's see where we're at there. Looks like that needs to come down just a tad. Not much though. So much the same process that we took with the other open shed. need to bring this one down just a touch. Alright, so what we'll do, take our main translate here, move that down so that the bottom of this is even with that ground plane. So this is ground 0, that blue plane, that is considered ground 0. I want to get it like that. Now we've got our value that we need to have all the individual pieces set at as far as to add to it. Right? So because it's down, we need to add it to that to get that into position. So we'll create ourselves a new translate. So do create transform group, and we'll copy all of these pieces. Like so. Okay, well, they're in the exact same position as they are here. Now, I'm realizing as far as these are all set to 0, so we could probably not even do it this method, because we don't have individual translates for this one here. This one's already all nice and zeroed out. A little bit different scenario, so technically we could probably skip this step. We could probably just go ahead and zero out this main transform and everything should be fine. I think we might just do it that way instead. So it's really just taking into consideration if your individual parts have a translate already, whether or not you wanted to do it one way or the other. In this case, we can get away with, since there's no translate on any of these, they're all basically set to 0. We can take this and zero it out at the main transform group. So let's we'll just do it that way. This one's a little bit easier, I guess, as far as in regards. So we'll do this by the translate, like so. Cool. So we don't even need to do this step, and that's 100% back to 0. So that's, if anything, it's clear that what you want to make sure when making a standalone placeable, that it sits at ground 0. So if it's floating like that, it's actually going to place that way when you buy it in the store and place it down. It's going to have that same gap. So you definitely have to ensure that. So whichever method that you use, that's at least 2 different ways that I've shown for doing that. Definitely want to make sure, put a plane down that is going to be your absolute ground 0 if you have a completely level area on your map, and whether or not it does have a gap on the bottom of that. Yeah, we need to adjust that down, and then determine whether or not, if you do have animations to your doors that have translates, definitely don't want to use the freeze transform, the freeze translate like I did on this one, because that'll jack up all those work. So I always try to take the approach of creating a new transform group, putting those individual parts, I guess, as far as in the new transform group, and adjusting individually all those individual parts based on whatever value that you get when you bring the whole unit down to ground level. 100% recommend to do it that way, so that you can 100% ensure that you're not going to mess up your translates, for especially for items that you have that are animated and have to have those particular translates for them to work properly. Take it as you like, but that's the approach I take to it, just to ensure not to create more work for me down the road. As far as, especially into testing, you would find out pretty quickly, I guess, as far as if you break something with getting too carried away with using this freeze transformations function. Anywho, so I think we should be good on this one here. This is going to be pretty simple in actuality. So let me, now that we got it to where we need it to be, we can take this out. We don't need that. Actually, I could have left that in there, because I'm going to need that to do my test area. So I'll at least I'll leave that in here just for now. Now what we need to do is create a new transform group for machine shed. Yep, so let's do that. Alright, we'll do machine shed. And I like to use cam alerting in a lot of cases for that, which just means a combination of lowercase and uppercase to separate the different words. Okay, so this is going to be our new main transform group for this. So we're going to bump this up all the way to the top. Now, for whatever reason, when I drag it up there, it doesn't want to stay there, so I'm just going to move it up this way. There we go. We want that to be our new main transform group. I'm going to create another transform group is for visuals. So we'll create transform group. And this one's going to be called visuals. And all that's going to do is just separate everything else, is to, like the clear leveling and all those transform groups. It's just going to separate the building from all that by doing it this way anyway. It just creates clarity in your scene graph. Okay. Plus it puts it in compliance, I guess, as far as with how Giants has got their own type of simple placeables like this too. Okay, so now what we can do is take this, cut that, and paste it into that visuals. Like so. Now we can put all of our clear level, indoor, and all that stuff in place of that. So let's bring those in next. So we'll do File, Import, Clear Areas. Cut and paste that into our main transform. And actually collapse that. So we can get this moved up above visuals. And rinse and repeat. We got our level areas. Cut and paste on our main transform. Indoor areas. A lot of rinse and repeat to these types of things. Some of it's, you know, kind of nice to have it that way, because that way it's not so different, I guess, as far as from one to the next. So now we need our test area and our tip occlusion. Did I, hold on. Okay, that scared me for a second. It kind of chugged on me a little bit. Alright, so test area. Alright, and then we bring in our tip occlusion, and that should be the last one. Alrighty then, so cut that. Paste that. Cool. So now we got all those in there. Now just to make sure, I know the clear area is in the right spot. It should be level, which is at 1. We do need to make an XML for this one as well, so let's do that. Let's go into here. So this is going to be machine shed. So we can copy, it's much the same as our open shed or open barn. We can just use open shed, we'll copy that. Rename that. And we'll rename this one as machine shed. Like so. And then we can go in here, edit some lines in here. We can get it compliant. So this one we want to call this machine shed. Helps you spell it right. There we go. That's still going to be a garage, and we'll make a new image for that one, just like we did the other two things so far. Alright, and then also name our i3D. Just to ensure I got the right name, I'm just going to paste this like so. Make sure I got the right name for our i3D. Okay, and then the only thing we'll have to deal with is clear level and all that stuff. Pretty simple. Okay. So I don't need to change anything else there. So let's go ahead. Oh, I know I need to double check. So we got our notes. So we have clear level indoor test. Clear level indoor test, and then tip occlusion. So all those are in the right order. So now we can just commence to putting these into the right position. Alright, so our start, width, and height. Cool. So our start, we'll put it in this corner. And again, I'm going to apply a little bit of overshoot to it, just like we did for our rebarn and our other open shed. Doesn't hurt, I guess, as far as to do that. Plus the fact that it compensates, I guess, as far as for having this little bit of overhang on the roof, too. Especially when it comes to how the snow falls and accumulates around our building. Okay, so we'll do that. That's marvelous. So we'll do our width, which is... Oop, we definitely got to bring that in. That's probably good right about there. Yep, looks good. And our height, which is going to be over in this corner. Oh my, we got to bring that way down. To Papa, come down here. Okay. Looks good there. How far of an overshoot we got on this side? We're right about there. That looks good. Cool beans. Alright, so there's that. Now we can expand all of this. This baby basically copy pasta. Alright, so we go copy that into this start. And also into this start. Okay. Same thing with the Z. And on this Z. Cool. So those, now we do our width. That value. Okay. Cool, and our height. Not to be confused with how far off the ground. I keep saying that one because that's... I can see how that could get confusing, I guess, as far as with how far off the ground. That's not how this one works. This is all base dimensions. Okay, so we got those all in position. Now, test areas. We want to put our start the same as our start on our clear areas. You can pick any one of those start areas for clear, level, or indoor. They're all basically the same. We just want to make the start for our test area the same as any one of those. Pretty simple. I'll put that in that corner. Same meter Z. Boom, so that's going to put that in the same position. Now, if we wanted to put that closer to that, we could do that as well. We don't have to make this exactly the same. We can pin this, I guess, as far as closer to that corner. Because what that will take into consideration, as I've mentioned, how much room this building is going to need. Because it apparently does not read the actual collision of the rigid body to the building. It's these test areas that will determine, in combination of the clear and leveling areas, to know if it's going to be if something else is going to get in the way that's already placed down. So we could probably suck that in there if we wanted to. I'm going to give it a little bit of breathing room to say, like, we don't want to have something too close to this item. That's where I feel a little bit safer in that regard. Okay, so our end is going to be over in this corner, so we can use the width. So we can use this Z on the width. Okay, so use that Z. And then also the height. Use this X. Oops, for that one there. Okay, and then determine the height that we need to have this at as far as the Y. we can move our plane up to the peak, like so. And it doesn't matter that it overextends this, we just need to know the height of that so we'll know where to put that, that test area in as far as height. See how it's kind of a little too high? We need to bring that down. But it gives you more of a visual, so instead of just looking at dead air, it gives you some more of an idea, I guess, as far as how close you're putting that to, like that. See, the less space we got in between that there, that's how we know we're close enough to that height. So just having something visual to look at instead of just looking at dead air to put that there. Cool. A little bit of a trick that I've come to find, I guess, as far as works pretty good for setting up that height on the test area end. Okay, now we got our tip occlusion. We'll apply the same values as our test area. Copy that. Paste. At this point here, we can get rid of the plane. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so we'll get the Z on that. Okay. So that's going to put that in the same area as our test area, right over in that corner. And our end, we'll put it over here. Now the only thing we don't need is the Y. Our tip occlusion. Okay. There we go. So there's our tip occlusion area. Sweet, it's that simple. So that building's pretty much done. Alright, so just to go back over, I guess, as far as what we got here, there's our main translate. Let's collapse down all of our things here. Kind of summarize here a little bit. So we got all of these here. We've already concluded that they're in the right spot based on our XML. We got our visuals, which is the actual shed. And we can see in our visuals, we do have our machines. Now, you can probably go even further as far as to rename this. I could have probably done the same in the open shed too. I might do that just to kind of clean it up there, just to kind of add more clarity in here as far as this being a visual. You could add a Q, I guess, as far as to that to add VIS, as far as for short for Viz. Doesn't really matter because you already got this into visuals. The main thing you want to do is to separate that out from all this stuff here that you're trying to add to it, and it creates that clarity and separation as far as in your scene graph. Makes it making a little bit more sense anyway too. Okay, so we got shed foundation mat, sides mat, all that looks good. Sweet beans. Alright, so now what we can do is save this I3D. Don't have anything in here that we don't need. That's always good. Oh, you noticed that there before. We didn't get any warnings in there, and that when we tested it, so I guess we're good there. Just noticed that warning for that. I can't remember. I think I was playing around with. Okay, never mind. I think we're good. We're fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. There's our machine shed right there. Thank you. And we can close this out. Cool. And there's our machine shed along with our XML. Make sure we save that. We're going to keep the price at 10 grand. I think that sounds good. That's. We do need to make our picture. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's make a picture. That's what I forgot to do. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. Let's go ahead and open up our machine shed again. Let's take a picture to make a store image. We're starting to wind down here a little bit. I said it would probably take about a half an hour, and that's about right. We're just about done. We'll make our store image. We'll get this thing made up. Get everything moved over. We'll test it out, and we'll see where we're at. We should be good to go, though. We need our machine shed. Nice. And we want to set this up so we can take a picture of it. This one shouldn't be too bad because it's a red in color. So let's go create a light. All right. Let's see. Let's put it. It's actually pretty decent like that. All right, cool. Let's take a snippet of that. Copy that into our. Hold on. Paste that into our paint program. Voila. Alright, let's see if we can split fill that. That's beautifulness. Nice. Okay, let's make this a layer. And we should be able to spank out that magenta. Our magic wand. Whoops, not that one. Oh crap. Wrong tool. Wrong tool. Voila. Okay, now we can make a new store image, call this 512 by 512. And let's do an edit copy, paste this into a new image so it crops it down nice and tight. Like so. We don't need this one anymore. Okay, now we can size this to fit into our store image size. Let's resize this like so. Paste this new layer, and we'll just scooch this down to the bottom. Whoa. Something like that. Nice. And then we'll put our. Oops, not that one. Where's it at? There it is. We'll take this. Paste into new layer. Take our alignment blocks out. And flatten that down. Image, resize. No. My bad. Wrong one. Visible. There we go. Now we want to get the name of our image from our XML, which is right here. Copy that. File, save that as a PNG. And we'll be able to run this through our texture tool. Cool. Okay, let's bring up the texture tool and also our PNG. Should be on our desktop. That's our open shed. Here's our machine shed. Let's run that right through the texture tool. Nice. Had a second to do its thing. That's cool. Got this out of here. And paste it into our Sheds and Barns directory. Nice. Nice. So we'll resort that. Cool. Now we got our image, our i3D, and our XML all done. Cool. Now we just got to move that over and get it tested out in the game. Let's switch this over. Alright, here we are. So we get some stuff moved over here. So we gotta go to our placeables, Sheds and Barns. And then we need. So the one thing I forgot to do, once again, is first to apply that to our store items XML. I need to do that too. Don't let me forget. Okay, so we got that and also our store image. This guy. Copy that over to mod folder and our placeables, sheds. Paste that into here. Cool. Now we just got to adjust that store items XML. So I'm going to make that change here and we'll get that moved over. I've seen that enough, I guess, as far as to know what's going on with that. I'm going to make that appropriate change into the store items XML. Add our machine shed to it. It's going to do this off screen. Just give me a second. Okay, so we're building, so we want our machine shed to be right after this one here. Okay, that'll work. We're building our library up, I guess, as far as of items that'll be available in the store that are already pre-included in these farm layouts. Not everything's going to be in there. Probably a fair mention, but a majority of the items will be. Alright, so I need the name of that XML. Placeable barns. Bear with me, folks, as I run through the motions of just adding this to store items XML. Oh, that's not what I needed to do. Okay, I just need the name of that XML. Copy that. Paste. And boom. So now I can save that. Close that up, and now we get that moved over. Alright. So let's get this moved over. So that's going to be right over here. It's always very important, I guess, as far as to make sure that I've made the mistake several times myself, I guess, as far as to forget to put the item into store items, and tend to scratch my head as to why is that not showing. Oop, I put that in the wrong spot. This one here, so we need to put that right in here. There we go. Gotta replace this guy. There we go. Now we got everything in position. Now we can test this out in the game. Alright. I think this is going to be the last one I'm going to do. Hopefully it does give a little bit of insight of what goes into... we did a little bit of modeling just as far as what the initial building, as far as what the rebarn. A couple other things we already had set to go. So not much we had to do there. Pretty simple. Let's load this up and check this one out now. Get to check the fruits of our labor. This is always the fun part. I like this part. Alright. Let's go. Yep, into the map. Loaded it. Okay, we shouldn't have any additional errors. Check our log to make sure as we load in. So far we've only had the one error that we had, which was totally unrelated, I guess, as far as what we've done today, and we've corrected that as well. So makes it for a pretty clean log as far as it loads in pretty quick too. Having that clean log. Clean load in. Alright, so here we go. Let's go ahead and turn off autosave. And let's go into the build mode. Go to construction. And right into buildings and sheds, we should have that new item in our sheds here. Which is this fella right there. Nice. So the picture looks good. Loads in good. Do we got any errors to it? Absolutely not. That's good. Alright, let's go see if we can place this on our farm plot here. Wow. Ooh, what is going on over there? Wait a minute. What did that do over there? Oh, that's weird. So, did that level that out? Hold on a second. It's getting a weird, y'all see that right there? See right? I'm trying to point at it right. See this right here? Trying to figure out what was going on there. I guess that's just the ground. The alfalfa there kind of peeking through there, I guess. I wasn't sure if that was related to our shed. Doesn't seem to be anyway. Anyway, so the test area, a little bit of explanation to this. I know I've been describing it outside of the game. So the test area will determine, see, as you get close to this like this, see how it gives you that overlaps with another object? That's where that test area comes in. It's not so much the collision to the object, it's that test area. So that's what will give that message, I guess, as far as that you're too close to another object. So if you're feeling that it lets you clip it in, I guess, as far as too far, you can adjust that in or out, I guess, as far as like that. But that's what will give you that message that it overlaps with another object. It is not related to the collision or the rigid body that's to the object. more of that test area. So that's just a little bit of clarity on that. So in order to put these next side by side, that also will allow or disallow that. See how close we can put these in there. So we can put these pretty close together actually. Put a couple of these side by side. Oh, that works out pretty good actually. Right, let's see how that looks. Let's see how we look over here. So we'll do the same testing as we did with the snow. Cool. Well, I was a little bit off, but kind of get the idea. I was a little bit off in the one direction, going this way. It's pretty nice though, I would say. Let's do one more snow test, and we'll wrap this thing up. Okay, so let's get ourselves into February, which is the heart of winter. As we come to find for Farm Sim 22, get it snowing, and also put some snow on the ground. Nice. So one of the other things that I've done with this building previously was to ensure, I guess, as far as the snow gets up on top of the building, especially the frost. So you can see that frost that's on the roof. So we've already done that in a previous way, I guess, as far as like that. So that's all been done prior to doing all this. There's the snow. Cool. So we don't have any clip inside of it. That's good. Very, very good. Very nice. Especially having those overlap like that. So let's see. Let's check this in. Oh yeah, that's looking real good. The fact that we added that little overshoot on all of our clear leveling and indoor areas, we're ensuring as far as it's not going to clip into our machine shed. Nice. Cool. Alright, that's at least a few of the standalone placeable buildings. So I guess if nothing else too, it'll give you a little bit of a preview, I guess, as far as what to expect in the store for the completion of the Dairyland map. So that's a little bit more of a progress report. So as far as all the sheds and stuff go, we have plenty to choose from that'll be clearly defined in the store, I guess, as far as which ones are connected to the Dairyland 4X map. There's other items to include with productions too that are much the same way. So there's just about anything that you look for in the store that has I don't remember what that one was, to be honest. Will be clearly defined, as I guess is the only point I was trying to make. So we don't have any silos or anything like that other than our windrow storage that I've shown earlier, and also this is basically an edit of the default large bunker that Giants has created that will allow for putting it the alfalfa that's built into the map into there. So nothing under there, nothing under containers. Take that back. So we do have this gravity fed fuel bin, I guess, as far as that's at both cow barns. I kind of showed that a little bit, I guess, as far as at the Peterwood farm. There's also one at the Jenkins farm, so that one loads in there. That is something that's built for this map. Again, it's just clearly defining us as far as what will be in the store. Will be clearly defined both the Giants directly on the bottom where the price is, and also in the store picture. So it would be no denying, I guess, as far as whether or not if it is built into the map or not. That's our outhouse. This also serves as a sleep trigger for the map. It's kind of a custom thing that we've had since the Farm Sim 19 map. So again, just a little bit of a preview, I guess, as far as what to expect in the Farm Sim 22 Dairyland map. 4X, it is nearing the completion, and I very much promise it will get out there soon. That's the only thing I can really tell you at this point. Just these little things like the individual placeables are yet to be considered, I guess, as far as to get into the map and get them just in there much. So we got 3 of them done. So there's maybe 3 or 4 more that I want to consider, I guess, as far as to put in there. We'll get those all cleaned up, get that all set to go. I'll get most of the terrain as far as the vacant lots that are available in the map. In fact, let me see if I can go here just to kind of show you. So all the farmlands have been done. It's got the better part of 100 different pieces of farmland that can be bought. Lots to choose from, a lot of places just to spread out and do what you want. I hope everybody does have fun with this when it does get out there. It's been a lot of fun working on it, and I appreciate everybody sticking around and watching the progress of this. No matter if you're watching now or in the VOD, I guess as far as once the stream is over. Very much appreciate all those that have stopped by and kind of seen the progress, I guess, as far as of the map. It's coming along pretty well, I feel, and we're getting that much closer to the finish line. That's all I can tell you. Soon, it will be out there soon. Hopefully before the end of this year at this point. Anywho, I'm starting to get a little bit hungry-dungy, and I know my stomach's been rumbling for the last half hour, so I did say I was going to get that one last building done there, and we did get it done, and I feel pretty accomplished, I guess, this day in comparison to the day we had for Saturday. I still got some things to do on those other items that we didn't get done, so anywho, let me take a look here real quick and see who we got in there to potentially raid out to once we close things up here. Let's see, who is on? Is there anybody on? Do feel free to stick around for the raid, I guess, as far as for joining in once we get to the outro of the stream, and earn yourself those valuable units of fluids, I guess, as far as for joining in on the raid. We do need those, I guess, as far as participating in special events here on the channel. I do have a giveaway still in arrears, I guess, as far as I want to do. Just haven't had any takers on it. Understanding, I guess, as far as the Steam spring sale is going on currently, so it's pretty good there. I don't know, I'm not really seeing anybody that... Oh, you know what? Just refreshed here. So I see Barrel Fire's on. So possibly what I'll do is I'll leave it up to everybody, I guess, as far as just to decide where they want to go. I'm going to leave some suggestions out here before we close things out here. Let me give some suggestions here for where you could possibly go. Also, feel free to check out the featured streamers that are on below the stream. I guess as far as I do have those, if they are live, do feel free to go check them out. I guess as far as if they are live, they are on our channel below the stream. Do check those out, like I said. I will put these suggestions out here. So let me put the links out here real quick. There is Barrel Fire, and none of my featured streamers on the channel are currently live, unfortunately. So it looks like it's a pretty slow Monday, I guess, as far as for the most part. So I'm going to let everybody else decide, I guess, as far as where they want to go. I put that the one suggested link out there. If you want to go to that, feel free. You may end up seeing me over there, I guess, as far as post-stream. Again, very much appreciate everybody that did stick around there. If you've been lurking in the channel and you haven't followed yet, and you like what you see and you want to see more of it, make sure you're hitting that follow button on there to get notifications when the streams are live. All the social media links are posted to the channel. And let me also put these out here in chat, just to put them at your fingertips. Do feel free to check out the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter, and we have our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forum for our website, splinedesignstudios.com. Do feel free to check those all out at your leisure to be informed, I guess, as far as to not miss a beat, I guess, as far as what's going on in between streams, and so on and so forth. You all have a fantastic rest of your Monday. We will potentially be streaming next year on the channel for tomorrow, getting some trucking in. It's very tentative, can't guarantee it. Keep your eyes and ears peeled on all those social media links, I guess, as far as to ensure you don't miss if we do happen to be able to do that. If nothing else, we'll be streaming here next on the channel for Wednesday, continuing the playthrough of Monbazu, there for whatever Wednesday in support of Woundwear Project. With all that being said, see y'all later. Bye for now.